On behalf of the Working Group on Value Chain and Market Access, I would like to welcome you all to this fifth meeting, a session of the consultation meeting, which will be focusing on reducing food loss along the value chain and value chain efficiency. But let me first express my gratitude to FEAP GFCM and our hosting country, Greece, for organizing this very critical meeting that gave us the chance to discuss actually the challenges facing Mediterranean and Black Sea aquaculture. But I should also thank EU for providing funding for organization and realization of this meeting. And I think the outcomes of this consultation meeting will generate very positive impacts for further development of sustainable aquaculture in the region. Well, as Hussam outlined and said yesterday, the technical advisory groups are mandated with producing or developing, I would say, advice and activities in line with the priorities which are outlined in GFCM 2030 strategy for development of fisheries and aquaculture. We are also mandated to develop advice and activities upon the request of the GFCM member countries if they have they want to address a certain challenge. And in this regard, I will be introducing the conceptual framework and the methodological framework of an activity named the Initiative for Mitigating Food Losses along the aquaculture value chain in the region. This is an activity which has been adopted by the GFCM session for 2026 26 work plan of our TAC. And I will try to introduce this activity to you. And certainly we need the support of the producers, the scientists, the administrators for the successful implementation of this initiative. But before going into the details, I would like to share two figures with you, which is actually the justification, I would say, for this initiative. The first figure that you are seeing now is the distribution or breakdown of consumption of seafood, per capita consumption of seafood in the Mediterranean and Black Sea countries. As you can see, it can be as low as 3 kilograms or as high as 35 kilograms in the case of Spain. So this is the picture for 2026 based on FAO figures. And the average, as you can notice, the average per capita consumption of the seafood in the region is 15.57 kilograms, which is already below the global average and much below the EU per capita consumption of seafood. But in our working group, we wanted to see actually what is the projection and try to forecast the per capita consumption of seafood in the region for 2030. We use very long time series going back to 1961 to 2023 based on FAO data for per capita consumption in the region. And we had quite interesting findings. We did a trend analysis using statistical. And as you can see, what is important here is to see that the mean per capita consumption in 2030 in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea will rise to 16.46 kilograms. That is an increase of 900 grams per capita consumption, nearly a kilo. So by 2030, the citizens in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea will be consuming more or less 1 more kilogram than the present situation. So here is the question: how are we going to actually meet this increase in demand? Naturally, and certainly the first option that will come to our mind is to increase aquaculture production, taking into consideration that there are burdens with respect to increase in capture fisheries. So the only option would be aquaculture. But we should not forget that increasing aquaculture production would require more licenses, more farms, and more financial resources. This is an option that is quite valid and is there, at least for the midterm. But why don't we think of another option which is more cost efficient? And that is to reduce food losses along the value chains, aquaculture value chains in the region. So I know that you're all familiar with the subject, but I would like to share this slide with you, which is the most recent data on food losses for fisheries products. This is published by the Forum for Economic Development, and it was published last year, and it is 2023 figures. As you can see, we are observing nearly 15% food loss and waste in fisheries products and fisheries aquaculture chains and fisheries. It is quite a big figure. I mean, considering the global production of aquaculture and the fisheries globally, 15% is a huge amount of food lost along the value chains. So why not actually tackle this issue and try to compensate and increase our production or for consumption by reducing loss? So again, I'm sure that you are all familiar with what the losses. It is top on the agenda of FAO and the GFCM, and thus our technical advisory group. And according to the FAO figure, food loss is the decrease in quantity and quality of food resulting from decisions made by the suppliers, decisions and actions made by suppliers excluding retailing sector, food services, catering, and home consumption. So as you can see, what could be the causes of the loss along the value chains? Certainly, one of the big issues that we were discussing yesterday as well is mortality due to disease, poor water quality and handling, unskilled personnel, for the cage farming, failure in mooring system and SKPs. Of course, low quality of egg, fry, I mean the seed is an important contributor to fish loss along the ongoing period. But what is important here is that one of the important issues is poor organization, coordination, and communication between food supply chain actors. It is not a matter of spending money. It's a matter of communication, coordination, and organization along the value chain. So we don't have to spend much money. I mean, for some of the variables, yes, we have to spend money, but for some of them, we don't have to. Inadequacies in institutional policy and regulatory frameworks is another bottleneck resulting in food loss along the chains. Insufficiencies in the processing, climatic conditions, and lack of cold chain. This is especially the case, the cold chain for small-scale producers, and we should not forget that. Even though we have very large farms get involved in production of sea bass and sea bream, But for the other species, most of the farms in the Mediterranean and Black Sea are small-scale, family-run enterprises lacking the infrastructure as well. Rejecting our products due to food safety concern, this is an important cause of the loss, exactly in the farms who are not actually complying with the food safety standards, the hygiene and the sanitary issues. Physical damage during the harvesting and handling, and poor handling and wholesale stage. So these are the causes of the loss along the value chain. And what can we do? Yes, as I said earlier, that within our mandate, and upon the request of the member countries, and in line with the priorities underlined in GFCM Strategy 2030, in our working group, we developed an activity which is a survey towards actually identifying where we have the loss, what are the causes, and try to come up with some policy recommendation to mitigate this loss. So a few words regarding the conceptual framework and the methodology here. Our approach, or the conceptual framework, will be FAO, Voluntary Code for Food Loss and Waste Reduction. And what is important is this sentence: governments working with private sector, producer organizations, academic and research institutions, and other stakeholders should build the evidence base to guide food loss and waste reduction strategies and action plans. And to this end, what we need is to have reliable data that we can use to assess the present situation and to develop and come up with a policy recommendation. And in line with this framework, our working group initiated this survey. The method which is used is the FAO methodology. It is the informal fish loss assessment method. This is a method which is more shedding light on the, I would say, the qualitative aspects rather than quantification, because the quantification is a much more complex issue that can be tackled later on. But at the present stage, we're just trying to have a picture of the situation now in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea countries. So we are using this method to generate qualitative and indicative quantitative fish loss along the value chain. So this is our methodology, and GFCM has already developed a questionnaire for this survey. So the questionnaire is already ready, shared with many experts for fine-tuning. And what will we look for? We will be looking for type of losses, but also the trend and the seasonal variation. We will look at causes of these losses. And then we will try to see the perception of the stakeholders about losses, how aware they are, and are they willing to take any actions also to reduce these losses? Because the food loss here is a loss of money as well for these producers. And then if they have, or the institutions have, any ideas for loss reduction, what are the ongoing initiatives in the country or the sector or the value chain to reduce losses? And finally, we would like to see which institutions are actually involved in developing, in assessment and developing strategies for food reduction among the value chains. And finally, here is our roadmap for implementation of this pilot studies. We already have the questionnaire. It's a short, concise, and very workable, I would say, questionnaire. We will start with identifying the interested countries, value chains, and then we will try to determine which value chain to study, because we have many value chains. We have the sea bass, sea bream, we have the trout, we have the meager, we have the carp, and so many issues, so many other value chains. We cannot do them all, but we have to prioritize which value chains are needed to be studied. And then we will have a short training for those who will be involved in this pilot action for data collection. We will test the questionnaire first. We will do a pre-assessment, and then after fine-tuning the questionnaire, we will go on with the data collections and the field work. We will have the statistical data assessment, and then finally, we will try to come up with some policy recommendation for reduction of the loss along the value chains. So this is what we are planning to do within our value chain. And in this regard, we would really appreciate the cooperation of FEAP members, producers, institutions, and all countries for the success of this initiative. So this was my presentation, but I have not finished yet. One more slide, Sylvia. And that is, I finished. But as you know, we will have 4 distinguished speakers for the I would say panel. We will have, please excuse my mispronunciations. I will try to pronounce the names as correctly as possible. We have first Renata Serraderio. Is it correct, Renata? I don't know. Renata is okay, but I don't know about she's currently the CEO at Flant Atlantic, a turbot and sole producer in Portugal, and also a member of the board of directors of APA, the Portuguese Aquaculture Association. After Renata, we will have the Francesca Avelas. France, is it correct? How can you pronounce it in French? French. Oh, I'm really sorry, but that's very difficult for me, you know. Yes, he introduced himself as well. So he's the current president of the Portuguese Aquaculture Association and a shellfish farmer since 2016, growing oyster and clams. Francesco, I'm sorry, is also the co-owner of Ria Shells, a consultancy company that supplies oyster equipment and take care of licensing and project submission for its clients. And then we have Diego Mendiola. Diego, can I hear the pronunciation? Mendiola, okay, that's it. He's currently the innovation director of the Spanish aquaculture group, Javier Pirena, the national leading group in trout production and processing. Diego is involved in aquaculture farming technology and compliance since 2000. He's a member of the APROMAR and has served as the EAS board member over 10 years. And finally, we have our Lahsen Ababouche, who is, thank you, he is the, I would say, our big brothers. And Lahsen, many of you have maybe know already that he was the former director of fisheries and aquaculture in FAO. He is currently working as a senior advisor to FAO GFCM on fisheries and aquaculture value chain. And he was also the manager of the Sofia 2026, which was published a few months ago. So we have all these distinguished speakers, and I wish very fruitful discussions in this session. And that's all. Please don't ask very difficult questions to me. So you can ask the speakers, but don't ask me any difficult questions. Yes, please, Renata, we can have you. I would like to invite you to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to FEAP. So my name is Renata. I'm a farmer. So I hope what I'm going to say is useful for you and for your work. I hope I can say something that can help you and can help this meeting. Okay. Okay. So who we are? Flat Atlantic is a land-based and marine farm. We produce turbot and sole. It's intensive farming, so it's a quite a significant size farm, 40 hectare at the moment. And what I'm going to tell you about is what has happened in the last 6 to 8 years, where we have been able to almost double the production. And this has been done by very simple simple but very significant changes we made in the management of the farm that has made this possible. So we produce turbot and sole, and we have both flow-through and RAS. We have integrated the hatchery operation inside the site, and as I said, the RAS. So why did we increase 1,000 tons in this period in the production? This has been a lot related with the control of mortality, for example. And we have implemented disease prevention program, mostly based in vaccine program. As Nuno said yesterday, we have started a company in Portugal to produce vaccines, autogenous vaccines, that is not only going to supply our farm, but also other producers in Portugal. So we consider this as crucial to the success of our business. We don't vaccinate the fish only once in their life, their life, of course. We vaccinate them in the hatchery, but also during grow out when needed. So we consider this is very important change we made in the process. Also, very important is the fact that we have introduced the RAS technology in the farm. So instead of having 8 to 10 gram juveniles in the flow-through tanks, we keep them in RAS system until they go through the period where they are mostly sensitive to disease. So they stay until they are 50 or 80 gram in weight, and they go through almost the complete vaccination program. So they are much stronger when they go to a system where they are exposed to the ambient parameters. mostly turbidity and water temperature fluctuations. During these 8 years of the last 8 years, we can say that the climate changes are really affecting the aquaculture business in what concerns to flow through. So the temperature, the heat waves, and also the like for example this month that we have of increased turbidity because of the climate situation is too tough for the fish. So to protecting the small fish with the RAS technology has been crucial also to the success of the farm. So these two things, disease control and the introduction of RAS has been most of the, or what I should say, the most of the success, and we have been able to increase the sales from 50 million to 54 million. So it's very significant. And the number of employees from 110 to 220. So it's really significant. Okay, so I'm going to another slide. This is some of this I've already said, but I would also like to mention the precision feeding that we have implemented also that made us much more efficient. So we have built, by collecting the data, the feeding data, we have been developing feeding models to feed our fish. So we have the precision and automatic feeding in the entire cycle, including the larval rearing period. The breeding program I didn't mention, and this is also important, the fact that we have our own hatcheries, our own broodstock, and we have started our breeding programs is improving the performance and robustness of the fish, and we hope this in the next years will help us to have even better results. We have fully digitalized the company. So what does it mean? It means that every worker with his mobile phone, he has permanently a mobile phone with him, every worker at the farm. So there's no registration on paper or whatsoever. So he has access at every moment to what is happening in every corner of the farm and every tank. And this is the data is permanently updated at the farm at every moment. This is very important to support decision because we have a site with over 6 million fish. It's a land-based farm. What else can I say? We have also projects with vision computing that we consider also has been playing a part in the success of the management of the production. For example, identifying dead fish in the fish tank, or the sampling, the weight sampling of the fish, or identifying each one of the broodstock and get to know what they have eaten, for example. This can monitor, not only monitor the tanks, but send an alert to the team. Of course, we have a cybersecurity project, and we have invested a significant amount of money to protect ourselves to repeat the attacks that we have had already in the past. I would like to to mention also our experience with FEAMPA, because we have those 8 years, and all these changes mean also 50 million euro investment in different areas. For all of this investment, we have counted on FEAMPA, on this program. Our experience is not the same as that has been mentioned yesterday. So we think, at least in Portugal and to our experience, the time that it takes to analyze the applications is the constraint. But we don't see it as a burden. We understand that some of the rules are made to avoid corruption. For us, it's not been a problem to apply to these funds, and we have done so successfully, very successfully. Very successfully. So, what are we going to do in the near future? We have applied, we have licensed the increase of the production, and this means to double the capacity in terms of area. So it's another 40 hectares that we have licensed but in this case to produce sole. So we started producing sole 3 or 4 years ago in RAS, and we are ready to expand. The licensing was also something that, as Isidro had the opportunity yesterday to show you BMAR, the Portuguese platform for licensing. So it took us less than 2 years. And we needed to go through an environmental impact study because we are talking about 40 hectares of Natura site. But we started the construction in October last year, and we will continue building this farm for the next 10 years because we are talking about a huge area. So I told you about the FEAMPA, I told you about licensing. And I also like to mention about this. This has been also an investment we've made. Okay. We made this investment in energy efficiency. So current solar capacity, as you can see, is significant. So the current capacity allows us for like 27% or 27 to 28% of our energy consumption. We are investing this year to, you see, not doubling, but almost. This has been made possible with mostly with the next generation funds. And well, we are also very happy with, of course, the way we reduce the carbon footprint. We have a higher energy self-sufficiency. We reduced the production costs. Hybrid integration across projects and alignment with the sustainability goals, as well as long-term value creation. For example, we have invested in oxygen generators. Oxygen generators, we have excess of solar energy production, and the fact that we have oxygen generators is reducing not only the cost of the oxygen, but of course the carbon footprint of our activity. So we are voluntarily reporting sustainability because we don't want this to be just words, but we want to give numbers to our clients and to the community. So we voluntarily report 2024, and we're going to report 2025. It's available at our website. Later on, it will be available also in English. I'm sorry, not for now, it's only Portuguese. Yes, so I think this is all I remember. I should say that, and of course, I'm available for whatever question you may have. If you want to know more about specifically about anything, just please ask.
Thank you, Renata. I think we will have at the end of after having all these speakers taking the floor, we will have a session for questions. Thank you. It was really interesting to see that marine aquaculture, a land-based farm, can still be economically efficient, producing money. That's was interesting to see that you have this facility, a large-scale facility, and of course, the energy efficiency is a very important factor here because probably energy cost is very high in such vast systems. And now we have the Francesco. Thank you, Francesco. Here, you have to use this one.
All right. Thank you for the kind presentation. And thanks again for the kind invitation to be here. And good morning, ladies and gents. After Renata's presentation of the 400,000 square meter plants, I will skip the size of my production, but I will give you what has been my experience with the Portuguese platform that we have in place since 2018. Since 2018, it is mandatory in Portugal to track all the waste disposal that the industry produces. So, in fact, this decreased about 2 million papers being crossed all over the country, which is environmentally very significant. So, as a shellfish farmer, in my case, in the intertidal areas of lagoons, we are not able to control the quality of the waters. So to be honest, I was never a great oyster farmer, but I believe I was, in some moments, a great shell farmer. So this is what it looked like, and this poses a risk for us in aquaculture, specifically the ones that have farm sites near urban areas, near other activities, environmental associations. So sometimes this was what happened near our production sites. So, and this poses a risk because what we sometimes we lose a lot of time fighting misinformation. So, and this packaging and storage of shells in nearby the farming sites poses a serious visual constraint for people that are not used to have an industry near their houses. So, despite we storage the oyster shells in private terrains, so agricultural terrains, pieces of land that we bought and they are ours, but even then, so there's a lot of misinformation. So the correct disposal of these wastes helps us a lot to decrease this information, this misinformation, and helps us showing and this way we can advertise for good practices in our industry. So besides this, the waste disposal in our industry is important. Why? Because if we have positive net profits in the end of the year, it's interesting to be able to reduce it a little bit. And one thing is to have the shells, and we'll look at them in big bags of 1 ton, so approximately, probably it's there 500 kilograms of shells, but this is, it's not weight. So if we have a reliable company to weigh all the shells and gives us the correct amount, we are able to calculate the correct losses over the year to decrease the taxes in the end of the fiscal year. So We have this platform of our Portuguese Environmental Agency, APA, as well. It's the same synchronym as the association. And this helps us to do the registration and management of different entities. So Cilium connects three entities: the producer, the transporter company, and the recipient, the one that is licensed to receive these wastes. So this works for every industry, from nuclear residues to this kind of residues. To be honest, with the public entities in Portugal, we never call it a waste. Usually we call it co-products, to sort of try to change their way of looking at this, because, to be honest, as we know, shells are mainly carbon minerals, and we can use it for a lot of applications. So how do we do it? The decrease in paperwork has to do with the EGARs. The EGARs are a module, tracking node, that we fill online. So as you can see, this is an example of an EGAR from my company, and we have the producer information, the type of waste. So they have 800 different codes for waste, so for every industry, and then the information of the transporter and the recipient. So all these have to be licensed. So it's everything connected. It's interesting because this way in Portugal, we know for sure the amounts of different kinds of waste that we produce, and it's easier to regulate and to manage. So, and for us, it's important to have this traceability. So in aquaculture, why this helps? Because this way we have a reliable company waging our wastes in giving us the number, the correct amount of waste we produce. This helps us, of course, in the end of the year, to make an appropriate estimation of the losses we have. So the total production we were able to produce, and try to figure out what we can do to reduce these losses. Well, most of it has to do with communication and with the public entities that are paid to increase the quality of our waters, but in fact, most of it go to sewages, unfortunately. So the EGAR offers traceability, organized records for audits and inspections and certifications, and of course helps us to create a sort of a protocol for good practices. And now more and more farmers in Portugal implement sort of this process as a good practice. Instead of storage the oysters in our pieces of land for years, or smashing the oysters and putting them on the field, which to be honest, I don't see it wrong. To be honest, we are collecting carbon dioxide from the water, and we should give it back some of this calcium carbonate. I'm sorry. So at the moment, this is what most of the farmers do. So they storage until 5 tons, 10 tons, and then we ask for the transport to pick it up and send them to a licensed recipient. For you to have an idea of the costs in these operations, in 2018, we paid around 35 euros per ton of shell, and 100 euros for the container. At the moment, we are paying 195 for the container, and the cost per ton of shell increased 500%. So we are paying 165. This is very relevant for all the feasibility studies, because increases a lot. Fortunately, we have fewer mortalities than in the past. This is relevant. Otherwise, it would be difficult because every time we send for a pickup, it's 800 euros for disposal of the shells, which is, as you can imagine, relevant. So in terms of circular economy, most of these shells we send for these licensed companies go especially to Spain. So they are washed, they are smashed, and then they are used in big farming lands to stabilize the pH of the soil. And of course, we are in several projects to sort of try to find a more refined and an interesting valorization of these co-products, because they can be applied from the medicine to other practices, because it's mainly calcium carbonate. As we know, many of you for sure in your countries, I believe you have similar platforms. So it would be interesting to share some thoughts about this and the protocols and how you do it. And of course, the cost is it's interesting to see how we can reduce this cost that in 5 years a 500% increase is really relevant. So thank you all for your attention and have a pleasant time here.
Thank you, Francesco. I have a very short question from the point that you made regarding the cost of the disposal and its negative and its positive impact on reducing the mortality. Can you further explain it a little bit more? Because the cost has increased 500%.
Thank you. So most of these wastes from the sewage treatment plants came from stations that were supposed to send these sewages to the treatment station, but most of them in Portugal, due to they are obliged to have connections to the nearest rivers and in courses of water. For some reasons, if some pump stops working, the system needs to discharge somewhere. So, but this was recurrent in this region, in Portugal at least. So we made a strong political pressure for 2 years, especially during 2 legislative elections. So 6 years ago, more or less, we had a serious implication in politics. To some people apply to the mayor's office with this issue as well, because not only aquaculture was affected, but also agriculture. I have friends with ponds that used to serve acres of several vegetable species and full of E. coli. So they had to close their agricultural companies, because the contracts they have with the big retail companies just killed the business. So this was really serious. And for 3 years we had huge mortalities. And now, fortunately, with the more presence of authorities, mainly environmental authorities and so on, and more pressure from the public, decrease this sewage discharge, and the mortalities decreased significantly. So this is why in my specific case, I can keep my activity, because this increase in costs to dispose of these shells, it's unbearable. So at the moment, we have been working more and more with communication. So to communicate with the public near the farming sites, because it's a fishing community. So where we have the sites, they used to collect everything they want when they were kids. And so you understand the pressure that aquaculture have in these specific areas, in fishing communities. So it's a work in progress, but with results. And fortunately, this amount of mortality decreased in the past 2-3 years.
Okay, thank you very much. So now it is Diego. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ferit and GFCM, FEAP, and APROMAR for the invitation today. Well, my idea for this presentation is to slightly change or shift the focus on the focus on the discussions toward the valorization and how to become more efficient, organizational or operational within our organizations. At the end, my idea is also to place a little bit more emphasis on the issues and opportunities that we face regarding the valorization of byproducts. Well, here are some pictures of what is Caviar Pyrenea. Caviar Pyrenea is a project that was born in 2014, so it's a very young project, which is located in the north coast of Spain, covering already from the eastern to the western part. So this is from Catalonia to Galicia, and with recent acquisitions in the area of Portugal. One of the most important things for our value change efficiency argumentation is the true origin and the certifications of our activity, because we capitalize these kind of things to display a more efficiency image, a more efficient image to our markets, and a better reputation. So we make use of several private certifications, like the 100 Pyrenees product of super high qualities and the Crianza de los Mares from Spain, but also with Global Gap and EFS. When it comes to our production numbers and figures and so on, I can tell you, I can explain you that we've promoted a new concept of business based on the production of the large rainbow trout. We call it TGT. That product made possible to become as the leading company on the production of this species in Spain. And today we are already producing around 6,000 metric tons per year of trout, 300 metric tons of sturgeon, with several small quantities of roes and caviar, but with an expectation of turnover for this year of 28 million euro, generating 200 direct employees and 600 indirect suppliers. We collaborate with APROMAR and FEAP, and the competitiveness, the display of the competitiveness through these figures is another way of explaining value chain efficiency to the market, to the competitors, and to the society. Here an example of one of our farms, for instance, the one that we operate in Catalonia is a surface, well, it's a farm covering a surface of 12 hectares. We produce in here the big trouts, but also sturgeons of different families or species like Baeri, Beluga, and Osetra. We cover several different, it's not the same in all the farms, but in here we cover the 3 cycles of production from hatchery to processing. And the average production of this farm is around 2,000 metric tons of fish, plus the 5 metric tons of the sturgeons. We have very old sturgeon from 3 to 15 years old. And these kind of dimensions and integrated activities in one single on-site of production reflects also a commitment in investment, which also produce a result on the value chain efficiency of our activities. I'm going to show you how we capitalize our business structure also to demonstrate efficiency and confidence or trustability to our customers. We have a very, very clear business structure defined in terms of resources through our farms, people, our investors, a very clear definition of which our activities are through the hatchery, processing, maintenance, sales, and so on, but also a clear definition of a number of almost infinite already in our minds products to be produced within our activity, like the whole trout, eviscerated, frozen trout, or the fillets, frozen fillets of sturgeon, caviar, derivatives. We are already working in ready-to-eat formats of food. And this is another way of answering to the value chain efficiency, because it's not everything related to fingerless mortality or how to improve the water quality or how to... There are many things from the integrative point of view that must be considered when we talk about value chain efficiency. We also capitalize or leverage research development activities through our suppliers, like Biomar, Skretin, several insect producers, several energetic producers. But also we collaborate with our customers in the projects of the R&D and customers from the hospitality, fishmongers, food service industry, food retail. And at the end, what we get is a delivery of value that is reflecting the whole value chain efficiency of our activities through the collaboration with our customers and suppliers to produce competitiveness, to have access to new markets, but at the end of everything, to produce revenues, to get money, and to demonstrate the sustainability of our activities. We also capitalize our locations and environment, and that's why I made yesterday several interventions, several comments on what important for us is the governance, the spatial planning, and all of these things. Because the value chain efficiency for us comes from the very beginning, comes from the first moment in which we have access to the space, in which we have we can take the decision to produce these so enormous high quality products in very compromised places in the planet. In our case, we will only produce fish in places where we have access to water of highest purity, like the snow melt waters from the mountains, very linked always to reservoirs, because the reservoirs produce water with a super high quality of sedimentation and steady flow rates. But these waters also offer the possibility of having a very a lot of availability of water with very few pollution, very low pollution, and a lot of oxygenation. This, together with uniform water temperatures, offer us, once again, key elements. But from the very beginning, to start considering that we are going to do the things in the right way and fulfilling the attributes of the value chain efficiency. We have recently acquired also several farms in the area of Galicia. So we are now working in aspects related to how to manage the saltwater and to see how this can provide us new opportunities. But we are not exempt of losses. We are not exempt of losses. Even having a super nice and super well-structured organization strategy from the very beginning. For a company, controlling pre-harvest losses, managing waste, and having efficient monitoring systems are key elements because they have impacts on operational costs, regulatory compliance, and corporate reputation, while also offering opportunities for innovation and access to public support schemes. In recent years, one of the most relevant sustainability-driven practices in aquaculture companies, in our case, is obviously the trout. There are other formats of production, has been the shift in perspective from waste to byproducts. Waste, we cannot forget that waste is something that must be disposed of and does not generate added value. Only cost. In some cases, it also represents an environmental risk. And we need to know or understand how to manage these things. In practice, we are finding increasingly efficient to move from a linear aquaculture economic model to circular aquaculture approaches, where the maximum use of the inputs we work with allow us to generate savings. This is very important. The most important thing indeed, you will see at the end of my conclusions, profitability or parallel economic activity. But as you can see here, we understand that the valorization of our products is not a panacea. Within the industry, we identify numerous opportunities for valorization, as well as for the development of joint projects between the aquaculture sector and other trusted sectors, like the primary sector, agriculture and biofuels, pharma, cosmetics. There are a lot of opportunities to collaborate with a lot of stakeholders. But in practical terms, and as I am already showing you in the slides, there are solely semi-valorization examples related to, for instance, the sale of fresh mortalities, not disease related, obviously. We cannot sell disease related mortalities to fish meal and fish oil operators. Then there is a lot of also work during the last years on sale of sludge to biofuel, biomethane, and biochar companies, as well as the use of sludge for composting and fertilization in collaboration with the local primary sector. But honestly, this is more, say in general terms speaking, that is more on R&D activities, more than real commercialization opportunities. The sale of heads, viscera, backbones, tails, skins, downgraded caviar. This is the byproducts from the processing, to semi-moist pet food companies, or zoos, or cosmetics, or pharmaceutical companies. There are a lot of pharmaceutical companies now interested in to extract squalene, chondroitin sulfate. There are a lot of interests that can be derived from our products. The use of water streams for our aquaponics production as a low, well, basically we understand that the main possibilities around the aquaponics is when you combine them with low input vegetables like lettuce or tomatoes or these kind of things, but not very complex formulas. And the last one is the share of energy generation, as my colleague Renata showed before, and I have no picture. So in conclusions, our conclusions in this point of presentation is that technical environmental opportunities exist arising from the valorization of byproducts, but the overall attractiveness for the sector is medium to low when taking into account income and cost ranges. Another history is the R&D projects. But when we talk in terms of revenues and costs, we have to take a kind of precautionary approach for this. And it's clear that there are still technical, regulatory, and commercial limitations derived from the intrinsic nature of many of many byproducts that we produce. So to be honest, our priorities in this field are mostly based on the use of byproducts for cost reduction and regulatory compliance. Also to fulfill the environmental responsibility and market image that we have to provide to the society. Also because it produces we can get a lot of opportunities to access to public funding through innovation projects and so on. And the other interesting point is that when we did this kind of valorization projects and activities, we are also promoting kind of broader or production and technical perspective and knowledge among our farm workers. And this is always modernization and is the aquaculture of the future, we'll say. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you for presenting a very clear picture of how we can actually valorize byproducts and increase the efficiency of the value chain. Now, Lassen is here, I see. Please, Lassen is going to speak, but he doesn't have a PPT, but I'm sure that the experience that he has is much enough. Thank you very much, Lassen. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ferit, and good morning to everybody. Couple of years ago, the members of GFCM have asked the Commission to look into how value chain analysis can help performance of fisheries and aquaculture. And we have been working on strategy and methodology, how to adapt what is being done since many, many years ago on value chain analysis for fisheries and aquaculture to what is being done at GFCM and build on it to develop a methodology that is adapted to the needs of GFCM. So this is work in progress, and that's why I have 2 or 3 different PowerPoint that we have used in different opportunities. But I think it's more important to see how this work complements what is being done in different aspects. What strikes me listening from yesterday to today, seeing a lot of farmers, operators rightfully complaining about bureaucracy and so on and so forth, and listening to this morning to a presentation from Portugal, which is a dream presentation on what aquaculture should be doing. So the reality is between, and I'm saying this if you keep in mind that 40 years ago, aquaculture was providing 7% of the fish we consume. Now it's 98 million tons in 2023 of aquatic animals from aquaculture versus 90 from fisheries. And out of that 90, 18 millions go for fish meal. So it's only 72 versus, just to show how aquaculture has developed. And I have had the privilege to visit so many countries, especially in Asia, where aquaculture is so advanced, and in many different parts of Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, India, you see projects and farms like we saw this morning on Portugal. And I was asking my friend from Morocco, as Morocco is embarking on developing aquaculture on the Atlantic, how to take advantage of this experience in Portugal. Now, having said that, if I want to focus my presentation in relation to what I heard yesterday and today, and how value chain analysis and optimization can help GFCM improve better its work, get closer to the farmers and to the different actors of the value chain, I'll choose two angles. One of them is the investment. And investors usually look for two important things, maybe three in Europe. Two important things. One of them is predictability. If I'm putting some money in a project, I need to know what's going to happen in 5 years, in 10 years, in 3 years, tomorrow. I don't want somebody saying, well, I didn't have time to look at this document, come back tomorrow, and so on and so forth. So predictability is very important, and transparency. Two important things for any investors. I'm afraid in different countries, especially in the European Union, we are looking also for government incentives, 30% of the project, 40%. So much for the best if the country can afford to support financially its investors. But whatever, 30% or 100% of an investor needs predictability and transparency. Now, how do you do this? Governance is very important because marine aquaculture or inland aquaculture, you are dealing with natural resources that belong to every citizen of a country. So the government and its institutions are responsible for the rule of law. How is this implemented? How is licensing, siting, and so on and so forth is done? So the rule of law and governance is very important. And very often it's top-down, but needs quite a lot of consulting. So consultation is the key component of governance when you are dealing with deciding which sites are appropriate for aquaculture, how those sites can be managed properly without conflict with other users of the coast or the inland, of the water, of the land, and what have you. On the other hand, once the rule of law is put, hopefully after a comprehensive consultation, taking into consideration the interest of the sector, how you implement this. And that's, I think, where it's a lot of problem. Bottom down, up, top down never works. Putting into practice rule of the law, rules, regulations, guidelines, codes of practices, what have you, it has to be bottom up. It has to be very consultative, and so on and so forth. And that's how basically investors, farmers feel they have ownership in the sector and that they are very responsible for managing the sector in relation to sustainability. And all of this is very often, from my experience, related to the political will. In many countries, aquaculture in governance way is under fisheries, which is under agriculture. And in many of the countries I have seen where the political will to upgrade the sector into the level where it gets the importance and the priority in terms of governance, it works much faster, it's more transparent, and it's more efficient. So one of the key things is really the political will to give to the sector the importance it deserves in relation to other sectors. Very often developing, upscaling aquaculture to a level that's needed cannot work if you have to go to Department of Fisheries, which has to consult Department of Agriculture and so on and so forth. And there are countries that have succeeded in this. Now, political will to give the importance of the importance and the priority to the sector, as they say in mathematics, is necessary but not sufficient. My country, Morocco, we have really the highest level of political will for developing aquaculture since 2010, yet the investors is not coming for several reasons, and I'm not going to go into it, but the first step where the political will raises the importance of the sector to get what it deserves. Now, as I said, we all know more seafood or more fish for human consumption can only come from aquaculture. All the projections of FAO, OECD up to 2050, if we are lucky, we can restore some of the overfished fish stocks, and that will give us 6-8 million tons per year in addition. But all of it will come from aquaculture. And in many countries, some more than others, the potential is there. The studies have demonstrated the potential, have identified the sites, done hopefully the environmental impact studies and what have you. And there are two ways to do it: intensification and expansion. Intensification using technologies, and we have heard quite a lot of different examples here, how intensification of aquaculture can increase production in a sustainable manner, taking into consideration mostly environmental issues. We didn't hear much about social issues here. Expansion is really identifying other sites, and that's what's happening on the Atlantic Ocean, much less on the Mediterranean for different reasons. What's happening, unfortunately, is that the intensification and the technology is moving so fast to enable intensification while the governance is still catching up. I mean, we had to have the COVID to change quite a lot of different ways on how to do administration and accept that online mainstreaming of procedures is a good way to do business. But as I said, intensification cannot take off. The technology is far ahead of the regulator, and I think it should be balanced. Now comes in why value chain analysis to increase efficiency and optimize throughout the aquaculture value chain is very important. And this is nothing new. Value chain analysis has been used for over 60 years, used to be called l'approche par filière, where basically you look at different products, food products, from all the way planning, production, all the way to the consumer, and you try to make the analysis to show where there are obstacles, how to overcome them, and who does what, the interaction between the different actors, and how you can optimize the distribution of costs and benefits. If the value chain can enable you to do that. What has been done for many, many years is that the value chain was a business model by operators, economists, and has been looking only at the economic value chain. Since 2015 and the SDGs and so on and so forth, a lot of work has been done to do value chain analysis, looking at the economic criteria, the social criteria, and the environmental criteria. When you look at farming, what are the economic aspects, how much value you add, how much employment you create, what are the implications for those those employments for the local economy, and so on and so forth. So value chain analysis has been adapted, expanded to include the 3 dimensions. Here comes the problem that we have always faced and we will continue to face. What should be the priority? I mean, environmental NGOs say ecosystem approach, environment, then economic and social issues are subsidiary. It doesn't matter how much it costs. We need to ensure that the environment issues are taken care of. The FAO since 2015, and that's what we are doing in GFCM methodology. Let's not go around the bush and so on. If there is no return on investment, there will be no social issues, no environmental issues. So in reality, where you put it in practice, anybody on the paper, on the rules, on the regulations can say whatever. If there is no return on investment, we close down and we move our money somewhere else. So the approach is the 3 can be taken into consideration. And depending, I mean, what I heard this morning from Portugal, of course, they have the capability and the business model to take into consideration the 3. But let's not fool around. The 3 are taken into consideration only if it creates value. I mean, you add value through processing and what have you. You create value by making sure the market absorbs the social dimension and the environmental dimension. And here, I think, in my opinion, we could have put some more presenters to talk about the consumer and the market and the certification process. How the market and the consumer can reward best practices that take into consideration not only return on investment, but social issues and environmental issues. Some of the environmental issues, return on investment is by itself. We saw today the presentation on social energy, on solar energy, and how much they are overproducing and selling it to the community and so on and so forth. Others, you need to put some economic value on ecosystem services that the sector is producing. And that's very important. So my point is the triple bottom line that FAO has uses in the value chain analysis: economic, social, and environmental. And you take into consideration all of them, and you prioritize those social dimensions and criteria and environmental that consolidate the economic. The reality will always be like this. So let me conclude by saying that the sector needs really to get higher visibility within the policymakers. Cannot be subsidiary to fisheries or subsidiary to agriculture. It has to get the priority and the importance it deserves, not only in terms of regulations and so on, but when the decisions are made, any policymaker, decision maker has to balance between different priorities. And if aquaculture is at the bottom of the list, then it will get the bottom of the list attention. And second is, we need really to start thinking about the aquaculture not only of the future in 2050, in 2030. Technology, artificial intelligence is moving so fast. and the private sector needs, or the farmers need to be concentrating on how to adapt, adopt, develop even some of these to intensify aquaculture. It cannot be regulated. We have to find the balance to move with the trend and fast. Last but not least, I think in aquaculture, I highlighted the importance of consumers, increasing consumer awareness, involving market through certification or some form of recognition of investment in social and environmental issues. I think we need to think about the feed. I mean, fish meal and fish oil, there is a limit, and that limit has been already reached. We are doing 30 years ago, 32 million tons of small pelagics or fish will go to fish meal and fish oil. We have improved the conversion ratios and what have you very well. Now we use only 18 million with an aquaculture that has been multiplied by 5, 6. But there is a limit, and we need really to look at different options for feed. Thank you very much, and sorry if I have been too long.
Thank you. Thank you, Yasin, for your highly enlightening presentation and the concluding remarks. I don't know how much time we have. No time. So as Alessia did, I would like to close the session with the, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I would like to ask the audience a very simple question. We've been discussing about the use of technology, valorization of the byproducts. I remember that, let's say 5 years ago, the mortality along the ongrowing phase of sea bass and sea bream was something like 15%, and sometimes 10%. But what I'm hearing nowadays is that the mortality has increased due to disease and climate change. Do you have any experience regarding this mortality rates along the ongrowing period for any species, sea bass, sea bream, trout? Anyone to? Because it's really important. I mean, we are talking about reducing losses, but it seems that the climate change, increasing water temperatures, changing currents, and disease have a negative impact on mortality and consequent fish losses, especially the sea bass and sea bream producers. I think they could somehow help us. Yes, thank you.
Hello. I believe that best farmers, best seasons can have, let's say, a 10% mortality in bream and 15 in bass, but the average should be around 20.
20.
Yes.
For bass or bream? For bass.
20 for bass, 15 for bream. And it is true that the last years with the higher temperatures and the higher disease impact and new diseases, the situation is worse than the previous years. So we have to fight more to stay on the same numbers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But yes, sir, please.
Thank you. Just one brief proposal. So regarding the losses, it was missed in the presentation, the losses due to the predators.
Due to?
Predators.
Oh, the earth. Of
Yeah.
course, they are.
During the
Sure.
production
Sure,
cycle.
for land-based,
Yeah.
for the marine as well. Yes.
Because, for example, we are prepared for a certain rate of mortality during the growing season, but in the last 15, 20 years, it is increased due to different predators from cormorants to seals or otters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. What I remember from early 20s, 2000, I remember that this mortality rates for sea bass and sea bream were even as big as 40%, and sometimes much more. But gradually, with the gaining experience and technical improvements, these mortalities were as slow as 10 to 15%. But I'm afraid that we are going to see higher mortalities in the years coming. So that's why I think that the initiative that the CAC or TAC has proposed is essential for everyone to have a clear picture of what is going on the field and what could be the picture in coming years. So again, I would like to, I would ask for especially the producers and the researchers to our survey. I'm sure that we will be able to share it with the stakeholders soon through a CPAM platform, probably. So I know it's too early, but I'd like to take this opportunity to ask for your contribution for this survey. Any other comments that would you like to share with us regarding the increasing mortalities? Because there are other causes, not only on the production node, but also on processing. And processing is important because they have, let's say for sea bass and sea bream, there maybe a company is processing 5,000 tons of sea bass and sea bream in a day, and at 5% loss, it ends up to a very big figure. So does anyone have any experience with the losses along the processing stage for any of the species? Algeria has no? Yes, please, Renata.
Well, we have losses due to sometimes quality, a wound or a deformity, and we have those losses in the processing plant. But this is not only is not significant, but mainly we manage to give a use to this biomass. I mean, it's not we send it to companies, and they take value out of that product. It depends on the loss. If it's well, most of the times is for to produce fish meal or to extract components, omega-3, for example. We have a company in Portugal that is every year sends us a bottle of pills of omega-3 that are extracted from those losses. So this is not. I wouldn't consider this as a loss, because this biomass that you refer in the processing plant is given a use.
Thank you. Are there any questions to our speakers? Yes,
Complementing
Diego.
the comment of Renato.
Yes.
In the case of trout, is exactly the same. All the byproducts coming from the processing facilities are eligible for the entrance and the human food value chain. So there are a lot of potential customers for making use of the
biomass,
of the heads, backbones, mostly to develop fillets or concepts of foods ready to eat, and these kind of things that can be formulated within croquettes or burgers, of these kind of things. So there is a huge scenario of food opportunities in the market for valorizing this kind of from the processing. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I can speak loud, but Michael Hadjevstasiou, just to make a comment, we have in our mind that there is a problem about the legislation, not only European Union, but all around the world, about the byproducts. We have to have in mind that if the distinction between byproducts and waste. We have always have in our mind that this must be categorized as byproducts and to be used in a circular economy. If they are characterized as waste, then must live out of the stream and go for disposal only. They cannot go back for human consumption or for any other use, because there is a problem with the veterinary and the health issues, human health issues. So we must be carefully to distinguish our byproducts as another product of the production of the farm and not as waste, because the waste only can be disposed. Thank you.
Thank you. The important point, yes, that you draw attention to. So when we are talking about circular economy or using the byproducts or the waste and convert it to another product, what I think we should really focus on is that the product which is produced, is it a food or not? I know from the example in India that some companies are using all these byproducts of the processing units, and they convert it to a very delicious soup, which is again a food that can, serve the people. So otherwise, you can convert the byproducts to other products, industrial products, cosmetics, and so on. But I think it's relevant to really focus on using these byproducts and convert it to food again, not only to industrial products. So thank you for your contributions. And if there are no other questions to the speakers, I think it's time for coffee break and for smoking, for smokers, of course. I know there aren't many here, but there are some. Thank you very much for your attention, and hope to see you somewhere again. It was really a very informative and productive meeting for me since yesterday. And thank you again, FEAP GFCM, and our hosting country, Greece and EU. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. Let's start with this session with a presentation of some activities of Act Fast. Many of you are probably familiar with this project because we already provided a general overview of the project to a FEAP workshop, to a GFCM event. So I won't bother you with the description of the project in general. Since the activity is already started, today we would like to start sharing with the stakeholders, with you, what we are doing, to stay aligned about the activities, but most of all to receive maybe feedbacks, comments, and suggestions. So at FAST probably is at the moment the most important project on climate change and aquaculture in the Mediterranean basin. Is a Horizon Europe project with 4.5 million of budget, 4 years of duration, 28 partners. FEAP is partner of in the consortium. GFCM is in the advisory board together with the ATP and WWF. We started in June last year. And yeah, the overall aim is general but ambitious, because the project aims to test and demonstrate solutions that help aquaculture to adapt to climate change. The approach that we have, the strategy, has 2 main characteristics. One, in all the tasks, there is a strict collaboration between industry and research institutions. In most of the activities, we first study, deliver an innovation, and then the innovation is validating and demonstrating in field, in collaboration with the farm or a feed company. And the other characteristic is that we at FAST works on 4 geographical areas, the most representative for European aquaculture, the Mediterranean basin for mariculture in cages, the Mediterranean aquaculture in deltas, which is of course different from mariculture, in North Atlantic for salmon production, and also in Central Eastern Europe for carp production. Today I will short and briefly describe 4 key exploitable results. In the project we have 13 innovations that will be exploited economically or just exploited, since they will be free, usable from all the farmers that will be interested in using them. So this is the list of challenges. Of course, they're not all, but the main challenges that when we prepared the project, we identified together with the farmers and the feed companies. So a limited accuracy of climate forecasting for aquaculture. The data are very general, so we don't know what's going to happen at the site where maybe the farms are located. Fish and shellfish health is compromised by heat waves, rise of temperature, decrease in pH, and so on. Also a reduced welfare, which can be also something that will determine a disease outbreak at the end, but a bad welfare means also maybe a suboptimal growth. A difficulty to early detect diseases. Sometimes we hear from farmers that they realize that something wrong happened just because they start seeing dead fish on the surface of the cage. So something that can early detect that something is going on wrong. The algal blooms. This is a more related to freshwater aquaculture, but it's something that is very dangerous for freshwater fish. Okay, the invasive species, which is more related to mollusk production. You surely have heard about the blue crab disaster in Italy 2 years ago. The lack of standardized systems for multi-trophic aquaculture. That's something that we talked about yesterday. And last but not least, the lack of neutral carbon feeds, and also climate smart feed, which I will explain later. In terms of circularity, we should not forget that according to the Green Deal, we should get the carbon neutrality also in animal production within 2050. So let's start from the first. We have 5 KPI here. The first KPI starts from a survey that we did at the very end, at the very beginning of the project, with the support of Silvia. Thank you very much, by the way. The survey was for the farmers about the needs of tools able to, let's say, give information about weather forecasting. And according to the survey, of course, farmers are very worried about the climate risk, but they need accessible, actionable climate information and tools to understand in advance what's going to happen at site level in terms of storms, heat waves, temperature, and so on. We were very happy to see these answers, because in ActFast there is this first key aspect of result, which is an early warning system, very, very precise. We will spend a lot of the budget of ActFast for climate tools. This early warning system is able to forecast up to 5 days before the event at 3 hours time resolution, but most important, 2 kilometers spatial resolution. I have an example, like for the Formula One races, no? The teams can know what's going to happen if it's going to raining or not, no? To change the wheels or whatever. And this very precise system is very expensive, because for these systems, big data are needed and big computers. So this early warning system will be for all the Mediterranean basin, will be free for the farmers, and it will be sufficient to put the coordinates of the farm on the ActFast website, and the farmer will receive an alert about the temperature, salinity, storms, wave 8, but also chlorophyll, oxygen drops, wind speed, all the relevant information about climate events that could represent a risk for the farm. Okay. The calculations already started at the end of last year, and they are doing, of course, by using artificial intelligence, this algorithm that will be used for this system. The second one is a climate smart diet. Okay, I'm a fish nutritionist, so for this KPI, I put 2 slides instead of 1, because there is a conflict of interest. Anyway, normally the nutritional requirements are determined in optimal temperature conditions. But now with climate change, everything is changing. So farmers tell us that, for example, the feeding seasons are longer than in the past. The feeding tables are very unstable according to maybe the temperature fluctuation. So in terms of feeding, but also in terms of nutrition, temperature drives metabolisms. Fish are ectothermic. So the temperature of water can strongly influence the metabolisms. So the energy need and the protein energy ratio can change drastically. So the idea is to develop with the skretting diets designed for a range of temperatures. It will be possible to use different diets according to the season, according to the weather conditions that you have in your farm. And these diets will be validated at Cromaris farm next year. The third one is an algorithm, again, to monitor sea bass health and behavior by using a webcam. You know better than me that in a climate change situation, higher temperatures and lower oxygen levels can determine disease outbreaks, but it's not easy to see that something is happening under the surface of water. So the idea here is to develop a system by using a webcam that is able automatically, without a person that must check. Is the artificial intelligence that is able to to see if something is wrong, to check if the behavior, the color of skins, the way the fish are stay together, are abnormal. And then the farmer will receive an alert again. And again, this algorithm will be free for the farmers. The Aquabiotech is training the algorithm. Sounds strange, but we need the time to train these systems. The artificial intelligence need data and data. So they are training the algorithm. And again, next year, these webcams and the algorithm will be tested at Philosophish farm in Greece. Ah, okay, it works. Okay, I'm sorry. They will infected the fish experimentally to see the behavior before the disease. Okay, so they will train the algorithm also with fish that are already sick. Then the fourth one is about carps. In winter, they normally stop feeding the carps, but with climate change, they should be able to eat also during the winter periods. So there is, on the market, there is no winter feeds for carp. Again, some formulations with different energy and protein ratio, but also immunostimulants, vitamin C, beta-glucans to support carps during a not easy period because they are not used to keep eating during winter. So this formulation will be a winter feed for carp. The diets will be tested by Mate in Hungary. The Garant is an Austrian feed company, partner of ActFast, and the diets will be tested in BHG, which is, I think, the biggest carp farm in Europe. It's like 1,000 hectares of ponds. The last one is not on fish, but on mussels. This activity is led by Enrique, by Hirta. It's about mussels. 2 years ago, a big mortality occurred in Ebro Delta because of a long heat wave, as Enrique was saying yesterday. So since they need to buy seed from other countries or for other locations, they are now testing 4 different seed stocks from Italy and from Spain. These animals are already in water, and they will check also looking at the genetics of these animals, which stock is more resistant to heat wave. So it's a sort of accelerated selection, to be more resistant to heat waves and continue the production also during hot months. Yeah, that's all. As I told you, there are 13 key exploitable results. So stay tuned because the others will be described maybe in the other events. These are the first one that we started. As yesterday, I tried to put here some questions for the discussion that we will do after all the presentations. Okay, thank you very much. Let's continue now with the next speaker, Eduardo Soler, who represents APROMAR, the Spanish Aquaculture Producer Association, which represents the marine aquaculture sector in Spain. He works closely with producers on sustainability, climate adaptation, and regulatory matters, and brings practical insight from one of the EU's leading aquaculture producing countries on how farms are responding to environmental and climate pressures. Maybe the title, we won't read it. Okay.
No, with this. This is to move from one of the apps.
You stay here because there is the webcam somewhere.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Alessio. And well, the drawback of presenting after such clever presentations of other colleagues is difficult because the most of the concepts I had in my mind to present are already discussed. But anyway, well, I'm Eduardo Soler. I'm from Abramar, Spain. So far, I'm the sustainability responsible in Spain. And on behalf of Abramar, thanks to the organization for the invitation and to have the opportunity to participate in this session. Yeah. So I want to share an overview of how climate change is affecting Mediterranean aquaculture based on our experience. So this is a case study. And well, my idea is to show the challenges we face, the adaptation and mitigation strategies we are implementing, and how some proposals can reduce the footprint of our activity. Well, beautiful picture. Thank you. Just the concept is opposite. Okay, thank you. Well, as you know, well, this is a very general slide. As you know, aquaculture is described like the blue revolution in a changing world with a complex global context defined by new environmental conditions, fast population growth, and an increasing demand for safe, healthy, and sustainable food. Aquaculture plays a critical role. It's clear. I don't need to explain that concept that all of you know perfectly, that our sector is the lowest conversion rate and the lowest carbon footprint, and the aquaculture is going up from one year to another. And so far, well, we saw the aquatic animals surpass the world's static fishing with a production of 94.4 million tons per year. In addition, well, however, this progress is happening while climate change is reshaping environmental conditions worldwide, and the Mediterranean is not an exception. And I want to give you some information about our situation in Spain, in the farm we are managing. We are operating in Mediterranean coast. One of the clear signs of the climate change is the rise in surface sea temperature. Over the last 15 years, this is data coming from our facilities, our farms in Spain. Over the last 15 years, the average surface temperature in our coast have increased by around 2 degrees. Even more concerning is not only the increase of temperature, but the shift in temperature patterns. We know in the right side, we now observe how the number of days with extremely high temperatures over greater of 28 degrees are going up since 2010, and the maximum was in 2023. And well, on the opposite, the days with the minimum temperature below 12 degrees are becoming less frequent. In some areas of Turkey, the number of days above 30 degrees, that is the tolerance threshold we know for species like sea bream and sea bass, already exceeds 50 days per year. And projections indicate that by 2080, this number could rise to almost 180 days per year. These conditions will drastically affect fish physiology, metabolism, and health. There are some graphs very similar to the graphs from my colleague, but are coming from NOAA and the last CLIVER report, 2024. The CLIVER report is a report from the Spanish Environmental Ministry. As we can see, and in the right side, we can see how the heat wave is increasing. in 2023 that it was an extremely warm year. A last marine heat wave brought temperatures 1.5 to 2 degrees above the 90th percentile in the Western Mediterranean. In the graph, we can see how the sea temperature. Great. In this small graph, we can see how the sea temperature for that year, 2023, is the orange line, was clearly higher than the historical data recorded since 2007, that are the green dots. And the temperature of the normal climatological cycle in this area, that is the black line. In the graph on the left, we can see how the Eastern Mediterranean is the area with the warmest trend in terms of surface sea temperature and intensity of marine heat waves. These events have direct impacts on fish farms, from reduced oxygen availability to increased disease pressure, and we shall about that a bit later. But temperature is not only the effect. Extreme events. Climate change is also leading to more frequent and intense storms. A clear example of that was the glorious storm in January 2020 in Castellón. Castellón is the north side of our regional area in Valencia, in Spain. Waves of more than 10 meters of significant height, with heights up to 15 meters, with only 9 seconds intervals between one wave and another, were recorded for 2 continuous days. 2 consecutive days. So the combination of high and period is destructive, enormous destructive power. This event caused the loss of 90% of the biomass of the 2 farms we were operating in this area so far. More recently, well, this is, oh, sorry. Well, anyway. More recently, 3 weeks ago, more or less, this is the hatchery we have in the same area in Castellón. A not very big temporal, not very big storm. Well, as you can see, the waves overpass the shoreline and flooding part of the facility. Fortunately, has no many big damage in the facility, but the biosecurity is seriously compromised. So this is very similar to the previous explanation of Alessio, but well, so just to give a quick overview of the effects of climate change in relation with increase of sea temperature, for sure the decrease in oxygen content in the water, change of fish metabolism and physiology that makes necessary to adapt the feeding strategies, change in fish behavior, increasing cannibalism, increasing mortalities, and increasing the aggressiveness between the individuals. Increases the incidence of disease and parasites, for sure, and the fouling of nets, that is a cost, an overcost in maintenance. But weather conditions not only affects those items, but the breakage of installations and fish escapes, the first point. We are losing maintenance and feeding days that at the end is overcost, over operating problems, and the biosecurity risk in land facilities, in land-based facilities. At the end, the supply of raw materials increase the price of fish feed, and we need to change formulations to adapt, as you explained, to adapt formulation, to adapt the recipes to the new metabolism needs and physiology change of the fish. Well, this is a map of the critical areas in the north. This is Castellón. So what we are doing to adapt our strategy, how to adapt our operations to the new situation. Well, so this is the main point. The two farms in Castellón are closed. Sometimes I think that my company make smart decisions. We closed those farms, and we concentrated all the production in the south, in Alicante, an area much more protected, and all the cages are more than 40 meters deep, providing more stable weather conditions. We reduce the stocking densities in the cages to a maximum of 15 kilos per cubic meters, reinforce for sure the facilities, the mooring system, the cages, increase the maintenance operations, invest in genetic improvement to make individuals more resistant and more resilient to the new environmental conditions and disease, while intensification of biosecurity protocols and preventive measures is critical to avoid other problems about the infection, the disease in the land-based facilities. And more monitoring, environmental monitoring. One of the facilities we have here in Alicante has a buoy of the system Euro-C. That is, I think there is another one in Ireland. It's a buoy that is recording continuously data of oceanographic and physical parameters that belongs to the Copernicus monitoring system, and the access is free. I can provide the link if anyone is interested to access. Not only adaptation measure, but also mitigation measure. How can we reduce our footprint from our operations? Well, but it's not easy because, as you know, more than 70% of the gas emissions from aquaculture are coming from the fish feed. So the ground we have to reduce the emissions is not very high. But anyway, we have two strategies. For one hand, using renewable energies, contracting electricity with suppliers that prioritize the renewable sources. Today, 42% of the energy, or the total energy we consume, are coming from renewable sources. And installing solar panels. The land-based, this is the facility we have in two hatcheries, and the packaging station. Well, we install solar panels, 3,500 square meters of solar panels. In this way, we are saving 20% of the energy in those facilities, reducing by 225 the tons of annual CO2 emissions. On the other hand, we are also modernizing our fleet. The last boat we built consumes 50% less diesel than the oldest ones, which represent a reduction of 670 tons of CO2 per year. Next steps, proposals. This is probably ideas to keep in mind for the future. For one hand, the adoption. This is in the foot of the slide, the reference, the source of the origin of this information. For one hand, the adoption of on-site renewable solutions to support energy needs based on solar panels, wind energy, hydrodynamic energy, or a combination of all of them. There are solutions to implement these kind of solutions right now. Or the electrification of boats with full electric or hybrid propulsion systems. This is a project from the University of Bologna. But difficulties, this is not easy. This is not easy because we need high capital, there is a high capital cost for those new systems, the design, installation, probably maintenance, and our pilot projects. We don't know how could be the performance in the oncoming years. And for another hand, the network source, the grid of electrical power is not doesn't cover all the needs we have. It's not in the ports, it's not in remote areas, it's not in offshore installations. The storage of the energy. The baths are heavy, are very big, expensive, so it's another challenge. And the regulatory restrictions that is said before, that for renewable energy, the adoption both of at the national and EU levels is difficult. Just as an example, to place the solar panels in the hatchery we have, one of the hatcheries I saw before, took 1 year of papers, of license, of fighting with the administration, just to place the solar panels. Conclusion. Well, aquaculture is clear that it's part of the solution to all the problems that we are facing today, derive from climate change, but we need to solve great challenges. And I have the list of the points that I think that are critical. We need more research, focus on genetical improvement, breeding programs, alternative raw materials for fish feed, reliable climate prediction models, not only for the oncoming days, but for the next 10 or 20 or 50 years ahead. A realistic energy transition for a replacement of fossil fuels, technological development based on AI, this is critical from my side, from my perspective, and a flexible regulatory framework with clear regulatory alignment, not only between countries, but also inside the countries. In Spain, between different regions. Sometimes it's crazy, the regulatory mess that we have. And as stated in the Aquaculture Governance Indicators in the 2025 report, we must move from an individualistic technical approach to a truly collective and coordinated one, as the only way to respond to the new global scenario. And thanks for your attention, and again, Scott.
Thank you, Eduardo, for the very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. Now, the next speaker is Stelios Karapanogiotis. He represents HAPO and Galaxidi Marine Farm, one of the Greece's major marine aquaculture companies, with direct operational experience in Mediterranean fish farming. He brings a producer perspective on climate variability, temperature stress, and the practical adaptation measures being implemented at farm level. Please, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Thank you very much for the invitation. You probably heard most of it before, but we're going to focus on our area, the Corinthian Gulf. So I won't stand here about the implications and the effects of climate change, the temperature, the disruption in patterns, etc. I just want to say that Mediterranean is a hotspot for climate change due to various reasons, including precipitation, higher increasing temperature ratios. We have the invasive species that affect also the biodiversity of the Mediterranean, and that southeastern Mediterranean has been more affected by this change. So the Gulf of Corinth is this basin in the middle of Greece, separating the mainland Greece from the Peloponnese. It's just 130 kilometers long and 40 kilometers wide, but it's 900 meters deep. It's quite deep. Galaxidi Marine Farm is almost 40 years in business, and it has it's growing Mediterranean fish, sea bream, sea bass mainly, and has 9 farms operating across the Gulf. We've mentioned before, it's been mentioned before that temperature affects physiology and metabolism and immunity, etc. And that it has some good aspects that fish grow in the winter, but also it has some bad aspects that, especially in the summer, we have extreme temperatures, and that it's been proven that around 28 degrees, our fish begin to experience stress due to temperature. So I'm going to show you some data from real data from our farms. Where's the pointer? Okay. This is the farm number 1. It's the most enclosed one, most sheltered one. This is farm number 2. It's more exposed to the Gulf. And farm number 3, which is even more in the open. No. So this is data from 2015, monthly averages of temperature, and you can see the pattern going up during the summer and down during the winter, but there's a clear line moving upwards. And if you make the average of the year, it's a clear pattern where the coefficient is 0.8 up to 0.1. So it's almost 0.1 degrees of temperature per year. And it's quite significant, the correlation. And this is in accordance with a study that's studying also 14 plus years of data in the Corinthian Gulf that find almost the same number, which is 2 to 3 times more than the 0.04, which is the average of the Mediterranean. This is days of extreme temperatures. I show data with days more than 27 because 28 is already something stressful for the fish. And we see that even though the pattern is not this linear as before, it's more and more prevalent to have temperatures like this. The temperature and the changes in currents, etc., have effect on the oxygen of the sea. And this is causing welfare concerns for the fish themselves, but it's also affecting the feeding because when the oxygen is too low, we abstain from feeding the fish. We have fasting because it can cause mortalities up from a point downwards. So oxygen, as you can see here, has a different pattern than temperature. So when the temperature goes up, oxygen is lower. It has an opposing pattern. And as shown here, there is a downward trend in the oxygen levels at the sea, except for this one, which is more open. No. The effect of temperature also on fouling. We have new species emerging, like this mucus-like thing blocking entirely the eye of the net. We have, and this, this puke-like, the sea puke that's really heavy. We have already existing species that grow faster, and we also have ecological succession happening, like this balanus that existed, but when all the mussels died in 2024, it took up the space and it causing trouble. It's more sharp and tearing the nets. As it has been mentioned before, new pathogens emerge. Already existing pathogens have larger outbreaks. And also we have disrupted patterns of infection. For example, we knew that parasites were not that common in the winter. Now that's not the case anymore. So it requires a totally different approach. Extreme weather events has been mentioned before. Besides things happening in the sea, there was an instance, for example, in the Corinthian Gulf, where wildfires reached the coast and damaged the facilities of the land facilities. What we can do immediately, the immediate thing we can do is adapt the management. reduce the stocking densities to increase the welfare and the resistance of the fish and reduce the growth cycles. Be sure that you maintain the maintenance of the nets is really top quality. Properly secure your cages and the anchorages so that you don't, as much as possible, you don't have serious damage to the infrastructure. Adapt your feeding strategy, as it has been mentioned before. Measure the oxygen, feed when you should, feed as much as you should, and look up for new ingredients, etc. And set up welfare monitoring protocols so that you are ahead of problems. A little bit more medium term is infrastructure and technology. There have been some, we were part of a national funded program where we provided oxygen to the seas during to some cages during the summer. And it improved the growth because in the control cages, for example, you couldn't feed, but in these cages you could. And some upwelling systems that we're aware of that bring oxygenated and colder water from the bottom. That's a thought. Monitoring and early warning systems, as Salesio said, would be really at hand to be ahead also and be prepared. And also considering moving a little bit offshore, because as you've seen, this farm one that had really low oxygen levels and really low circulation of water, moving, these are some experimental cages that we had in the inmost part of the farm, and we moved them outside in the most part of the same farm. We got immediately an increase in the level of oxygen by 1 milligram per liter. Moving offshore has its drawbacks, of course, in terms of management and exposure to the weather, but it has some other benefits for oxygen and the final one, which is much more long-term, is genetics. Include resilience, whatever resilience means. Is it resistance to new pathogens? It's resilience to temperature, oxygen. Include resilience in the genetics. To conclude, the Gulf of Corinth is particularly affected. It has a higher ratio of increasing the temperature and the low oxygen levels in these instances. We have increased biofouling and pathogens compared to the past, and there are also extreme events happening more and more. And what's required, it's to adapt our management, invest in infrastructure, and consider genetics as a long-term goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stelios. Another very, very interesting presentation. Thank you. The next speaker is Daniel Kansky. He represents the GFCM FAO and contributes regional expertise on climate-smart aquaculture and innovation. His work focuses on supporting Mediterranean and Black Sea countries in developing mitigation and adaptation strategies, integrating sustainability objectives into aquaculture growth. Please, the floor is yours.
Maybe better and it's closer to. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Alessia, and thank you, FEAP and GFCM for this opportunity. I think it's on. It's on. Okay. So today I'm going to use the opportunity to present what we have been doing through GFCM on the field. My name is Daniel Kansky, and I'm GFCM expert for climate change and aquaculture based in Croatia. So basically, I'm going to present you the 3 case studies in the Mediterranean through the presentation. Okay. So biodiversity. Yeah. We hear 3 presentations, and this 4th presentation today about the climate change is going to be very, very similar. And I will try not to repeat the same things, but I think it is important that we have the same picture of what is coming to us and how we are going to deal with these challenges. So basically, the climate change is significantly impacting aquaculture in the Mediterranean and Black Sea, as we saw in all aspects of our production. The rising temperatures and extreme weather events are increasing, and they're increasing disease and mortality risk. So case studies that I'm going to present today are from Tunisia, Croatia, and Cyprus, and they will illustrate the challenges and adaptation to the adaptation strategies. We all know also that, very briefly, 194 countries signed agreement on that they are going to be, it's called Paris Agreement, that they are going to be decreasing their CO2 footprint by 2050. And where are we now? According to Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, we are in between 1 degree Celsius and 1.5 degrees Celsius already. We are not in end of the century, we are now. So basically, there are different calculations about increase of the temperature, but we are really already coming towards 1.5 degrees of global average temperature higher than pre-industrial period, which is also in this graph. We see in 1940s that we have constant increase of the temperature. We have selected in GFCM 3 locations, the Mediterranean Triangle, to see basically what are the differences and similarities between the countries in the aquaculture production. First, we have done this in 2024. First, we have been visiting Tunisia, and our approach was to talk with all stakeholders involved in the aquaculture production, but not only producers, but also administration, even NGOs and the academia. And we had consultations with them to really see what is going on. And what we found out in Tunisia, for example, is that there is significant decline in shellfish farming. The mussels, Mytilus galloprovincialis, in the Bizerte lagoon, which was historical place for production in the lagoon of mussels, is completely gone. So basically, what people there are doing, they are trying to replace with a different and more resilient species like oysters. The problem is that native Mediterranean oysters are also not so resilient, and they have another issues in productions, so they are using non-native oysters, like Magellana gigas, for example. Also, the blue crab is present, both invasive species of blue crabs are in the area, impacting shellfish production. But also there is significant reduction of sea bass production, almost gone. And this is something what is expecting throughout the Mediterranean. And the main species what is produced in Tunisia is sea bream. So basically the solutions are, of course, shift to different species which are more tolerant to climate change. And also what in Tunisia is very interesting, what we saw is that people are producing red algae, Gracilaria, and with high potential and amazing growth. But of course, it's a beginning of the process, and it's still not on the high level of the production. Next country we have visited is Cyprus. Although Cyprus is very, let's say, south and eastern, we were surprised how the country's aquaculture is resilient to climate change. And it was really interesting to see their strategies of the production. So they have in Cyprus also increased sea temperatures and prolonged high, and which are long. They fight with disease outbreaks, which we all heard before on other presentations. And of course, there is the severe weather events. The wind is blowing less frequent, but much stronger. The solutions from the stakeholders were mandatory biosecurity plans for all farms, changes in fish density, feed and feeding regimes modification, and national vaccination programs and EMFF funding support. Of course, Cyprus is EU country, and a lot of effort is put on the funding from Europe. Last country, my country, Croatia. I was working in aquaculture for 10 years, so I have access to the farms. This is photo which is not public. It cannot go outside, but courtesy to farmers, I could use this photo, hiding the environment behind. And you see the situation in 2024. We had first time recorded temperatures above 30 degrees in history. And the fish, especially sea bass, is not happy with this temperature, and this is the outcome. So imagine how much these fish spend time on the bottom to float up. So this is all part of the problem, and one of biggest part of the problem is how to fast remove this fish out of the cage, because all focus in this period is on the sales and harvesting. You don't have capacity in the people to remove this. So basically the mortalities of sea bass was in 2024 really high. Luckily in 2025, it didn't repeat because the temperatures were lower, but we had also in some areas, shallow areas, complete mortality of blue mussel. And of course, increased predation on bivalves, and the solutions in all countries are reallocation of farms in deeper waters, which is in theory great, but in practice it's very demanding and it's not easy for most of the farms. Genetic selection for heat-resistant species, again, ideally, but the question is when we see the maximum of Mediterranean species of maximum tolerance of high temperatures also, it's a question, and improved farm infrastructure, mortality management, and biosecurity. So basically, more or less, I'm repeating what people already said, but this is also interesting, and I'm going to repeat what colleague before me said from Greece. This is the graph from Croatia. From 2016 to 2024, how are the temperatures? It's summer and winter temperatures, and what is interesting, that we had less than 15 degrees around 120 days. Now, in 2024, it was below 100 days, less than 15 degrees. So this low temperature is actually barrier for the species from the Red Sea, for example, and which are indicator of climate change. But also the higher winter temperatures are plus in production of some species, especially sea bream. But again, on the other hand, they are a problem. And basically, we can see that the temperature increased significantly in just 10 years. What are proposed solutions? And the very simple one solutions that we can do right now at this moment is, in the discussion with the Croatian colleagues, what we have and we use, but not only in Croatia and all the countries, of course, in the Mediterranean, is cleaning equipment for maintaining the nets. This is something with the increased temperatures, you have increased biofouling on the nets. And by focusing effort on having adequate equipment and adequate capacity in cleaning nets, it is really crucial in order to have enough oxygen in cage for production. Beside nets, what is really important, especially what we saw in 2024, is that capacity for taking out mortality is limited, especially because it is in summer times the highest mortality when the people are working for the sales. And the equipment for quick removal of mortality from the cages is essential. Not only equipment for removal, but also the whole chain of what to do with this mortality, because unfortunately, most of mortality in Croatia is burned in the atmosphere. So basically, it's kind of bizarre that we are dealing with the climate change by burning animals in the atmosphere. So basically, those two things are really simple, and we can focus for the countries which are in the EU to push governments to go for EMFF and other EU funding to equip ourselves for the next season with those two simple things. But of course, there is a lot of things. Food, adequate food for the, colleagues explained before me all of the things, and I'm not going to repeat that. So basically, conclusions are the same as we heard that 3 times at least today. So marine heat waves have tripled in frequency and last 50% longer compared to the 80s, intensifying fish stress and disease susceptibility. Rising temperature accelerate pathogen replication, leading to increased outbreaks of bacterial infections such as Vibrio and Photobacterium. Offshore aquaculture relocation and deeper cages positioning help mitigate extreme temperature effects, but require significant investment. So not many of aquaculture producers can do that easily. Climate adaptation requires policy support and funding. Investment in new species, selective breeding, biosecurity, and climate-corrected feed is crucial. Collaboration between farmers, researchers, and policymakers on national and regional levels enhance resilience, and regional monitoring and disease surveillance must be improved. Basically, we heard that many times. I'm thinking about this for 2 years now, heavily, and basically we need to find answers on 3 simple questions. What are we going to farm in the future with regards to species? Where are we going to do that with regards to space? Who is going to think about that? This is easy to answer. It's all of us. And what is the technology that we are going to use? So basically, simple questions, but answers are not so simple. But with collaboration between all of us, I think we can find some solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Now, last but not least, the last speaker, Nikos. Okay, Nikos Papandroulakis is a research director at the Hellenic Center for Marine Research and affiliated with the GFCM Aquaculture Demonstration Center. His work focuses on innovation in Mediterranean aquaculture, including climate adaptation strategies, production optimization, and sustainable technology development. The floor is yours.
You want the mic? So, good morning, everybody. I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me. I'm not going to speak different from what the previous have been discussing. And actually, I think that somehow it's complementary what I'm going to say, in the sense that I'm going to present things that exist and the work that has been done until now. And we are very much looking forward to the results of your project. I'm going to spend 1 minute to discuss a little bit about the Marine Fish Aquaculture Demonstration Center that we have in Iraklio, that has been established last year in April. It is based on Crete, here in Greece, and we have 3 main areas for marine finfish aquaculture. The broodstock management, the sea cage finfish with a pilot scale facility that we have in Crete, and the health and welfare monitoring that we do that in collaboration with the European Reference Center for Welfare for Aquatic Animals, that is located in the University of Crete. Yeah, the first course took place last year in June. We have 5 days hands-on training with researchers and authorities from Algeria, Egypt, Lebanon, Libya, Morocco, and Tunisia. And we spent 2 days for broodstock management, where people, apart from theoretical approach, they had the opportunity to put their hands in the water and measure things. We had also 2 days for fish health and welfare management, and they had the opportunity also for practical exercises on fish necropsy and disease diagnosis. And we spent also 1 day in our cage farm, where the people, how I go back? Okay, the people actually have seen what we do in the cages, how we do the monitoring, how we implement some activities. We do sampling, basic husbandry practices, and also we try to clean nets and do these practical things. And this year we're going to repeat it sometime in end of spring, beginning of summer. So climate change. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat. All the previous speakers have said all this stuff. We share also images with all the other speakers. I just want to point that the west part of the Mediterranean is really in a more, let's say, more difficult situation, because we expect something like 7 times more frequent heat waves and 3 times longer periods of heat waves by the end of the century. And of course, these changes can affect directly the species that we farm or indirectly through eutrophication. All the case studies that have been presented have shown this, so I'm not going to spend more time on this. This is the situation in our farm in Crete, and we share the same picture. We have a continuous increase in temperature the last 4 years, and we have heat waves. And in the next session, I'm going to have the opportunity to show you also our first results of how fish respond, the behavior of the fish under these conditions. So current knowledge, what we know until now, you have already in practice, and you have seen the optimal ranges and the lethal limits of our species. We know about the bass and the bream. We have sufficient information. Now, what it comes as an important information, and we expect that the new project will bring also results, is that there are evidence for genetic background in the tolerance of hypoxia in warmer temperatures for the bass, and there are nutritional mitigation, possibility of nutritional mitigation of the heat wave stress at 32 degrees. So that means that there are some opportunities that we can find solutions. Now, for the gillhead sea bream, we have again the optimum ranges and where is the upper limits for the fish. We know we know more things about the oxygenation and the related combined stressors like temperature, pH, and temperature and salinity. And we know this is recent, it has a different sensitivity depending on the life cycle. That means the juveniles, the adults or the commercial size fish have different tolerance and different sensitivity in heat waves. So that means that we have to change and adapt our management practice. There are some, by the species itself, adjust its metabolism to adapt and respond to seasonal temperature fluctuation. And again, there are possibilities with feeding strategies to improve resistance in thermal stress and disease stress. MIG. Again, we know the ranges where the mortality occur, the upper limit. And we know also that the thermal tolerance show that it can be affected by diets. So again, we have nutrition that may be a driver to give us an answer in the short term. Amberjack is another species that people are working in the Mediterranean. We don't know a lot of things about this species, and we need to study it further. Gray mullet seems to be a good species. It has huge tolerance from 3.2 to 37 degrees. And even at the early stages, the larva stages, has a huge tolerance. Mediterranean mussel is an issue, is a real problem. And I think that, again, the project of Alessio, they are going to address it. You see here the graphs, how it is expected, the mortality and the growth rate in the future, which is not something that makes us happy. And obviously, we have knowledge gaps. We don't know a lot of things about the species that we rear. And I would say that we have very limited information of combined stressors, because we speak about temperature. This is not the only thing. We speak about oxygen also, which is related, but we have the pH, we have the salinity, we have other stressors that we don't know what it's going to be. And obviously, we need higher resolution models. And again, you are going to address it, and we are looking very much forward to this. Now, let's go into adaptation measures. What you can do, apart from what you are doing already in your farms, there are things that we can imagine. The last colleague that spoke about the technology. We can use RAS, but we have to decide whether or not this is a good solution. Or we can choose or improve our farming practice for the cages, or select sites that are better for us. How we can do that? We have our farm and we monitor the farm. Yesterday, when Yorgos gave his presentation, he said that he has a lot of problems with the management in the farm in terms of when a heat wave appears. And I asked him, what is the solution for you? And he said me, an oral vaccine. And I said, okay, I cannot do that. I'm not a veterinarian, but tell me something else. And he said, okay, I would like to have some prediction in the long term. But prediction, and I had also a similar discussion with Nikos Katripoulos today, we can predict the situation in our farm. But what if we have a situation like this, where you have several farms, that one is affecting the other? That means that we need to have both local picture of what's going on in our cages, but global picture also what's going on in the whole of the area. And therefore, we have to use different approaches, and Copernicus, already colleagues mentioned it, that we have to use it also in Spain. We have to use it in a way combined with in situ data. And Copernicus normally give us temperature and chlorophyll, but we have developed a model that can give us the oxygen out of this. So we have a prediction of the oxygen also. We have the situation of the oxygen, and we can predict a few days ahead what's going to be the situation. And then if you use also some mathematical models of how your fish are growing, you can predict the oxygen requirement of your fish in your farm. You have a stock of 20,000 bream or bass, you can predict how much oxygen they will need for their survival and how you should feed it. So if you combine all this information, you can get an idea, or you can adapt your practice. And we have developed this platform in Greece, AquaSafe platform, that give us this opportunity and give us this possibility to make to adapt our husbandry practice. It's not the best tool, I know, it's experimental. It can be improved, but this is, to my understanding, this is the way that we have to go forward. Another tool that we have developed previously in Greece is, again, a platform that we use the models that we have for our fish to predict what is going to be under different environmental conditions and under different scenarios, let's say, the SSP scenarios, under different scenarios and under different locations. How can I use the pointer? Okay, so you see that we have split Greece in different regions. We have analyzed the situation, we have modeled an imaginary farm, and then we have considered also the possibility to have inshore or offshore your farm. And we model not only the temperature, but also the storms. And the storms are related with the wind that, as you mentioned, when you have a storm, you have no feeding days. So in our model, we have incorporated all this information. And you can play around and you can see what is going to be, and you can make selection and you can make prediction and choices. This is decision support tools that help farmers to do their job in a better way. There are some more tools. You can optimize seeding. Some people already said we have to put our bass earlier in the cages, or we can change the practice. Maybe 2 summers is not a good idea anymore. Maybe 2 winters is a little better. And also you can, as I already mentioned, we can play and decide whether inshore or offshore conditions are more are better and compare them. Mitigation. The colleague from Spain gave us a good picture of how a farm can reply to this. There was an initiative from DG Mare last year, and they have created different groups of how the transition should occur in the aquaculture in the fishery sector. I had the honor to participate in these groups, and you can find the relevant information in these links, where there is a huge list of proposals of what it is required. And obviously, we need to have sufficient funding and financial mechanism, because otherwise this transition is not going to be straightforward. And it is related not only to the change of our boats and our machinery and all this, but also, as already mentioned, changes in the feed chain, in the feed production chain. Adaptation. You have described all the different levels that we have to go for. And already has been mentioned that this is not something that each farmer should work, but we have to work in a more coherent way, let's say. And maybe it's time for GFCM to take the floor with the support of the Commission to have an adaptation plan for the Mediterranean. And what we need, short-term and long-term measures. The measures should ensure the economic and the social sustainability, and define a clear path to decarbonization. Define priorities, like the ones that you have already mentioned, but somehow it is summarized in this table, and make appropriate adjustment and improvements in the regulatory framework, because also this is a necessity. Being in Greece, I'm going to give you some idea of what the Greek minister has done for the sector to now. They have this multi-year national strategic plan where they have they have some measures, and they propose some measures for the climate adaptation. They use mostly the information that came up from research project at European and national level, which is something that it is very good. It is not complete though, but it still is there. Now, in Greece, we have this particularity that not only the minister can make adaptation plan, but also the regions. And the regions not only have the possibility to make adaptation plan, but they have funds. And these plans has been made by different entities, either public or private, without a real consultation. And they have different approaches. They have different way of thinking. For example, in the region of Epirus, where there are several farms, they have no mitigation measures. They don't consider it as an issue. In the area of Ionia and the Ionian Islands, they have something very limited, although there is also activity there. That means that we have to be also active and look what is happening in our country and try to move to a more coherent and detailed plan where there are specific measures that reflect your needs and your knowledge, because you more or less know what you want to do. Now, I take also this opportunity because there is an initiative from the north. Some colleagues from the University of Stirling and Ofima have started already making some workshops with farmers, as we are here, trying to discuss the issue of climate change. And we are going to bring this experience, we are going to try to bring this experience in Aquaculture Europe that is going to take place in Ljubljana. And it's going to be a workshop on the first day, on Monday, on climate action. And it's going to be a European workshop. It's going to be excellent if we are going to have you there, because the idea is to discuss the possibilities, the problems first, and your ideas of how we can adapt so that we can have a more coherent, let's say, approach to all this information. Thank you for your attention. And you see my message in red, you can read it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nikos, and a very interesting presentation. To conclude the session, I ask if we have time, not just for one question, because yesterday just one answer was a bit a partial view of the audience. Maybe no. Sylvie, do we have time or not? Okay, questions to the speakers or comments or suggestions or...
Thank you. Ibrahim Al-Hawi from Lebanon. when we were talking about climate change in the past years, we thought we are talking about something that will happen maybe in the near future. But now we are in the middle of this problem. I want to take this opportunity to present the case of Lebanon and the climate change impact on our aquaculture sector in Lebanon. But before that,
I don't know what. I don't know.
Thank you. A brief overview of our aquaculture sector in Lebanon. We are producing mainly rainbow trout, where 90% of our production in Lebanon is rainbow trout. Also, this production is focused on one river located in the northeast part of Lebanon. The name of this river is Asi, where 90% of this production happen along this river. So we are producing 90% of our aquaculture from trout. In one area, we produce 90% of the total production. Having said this river was considered as optimal for trout production, where water temperature were ranging between 15 to 15.5 degrees. Last year, we registered a high water temperature, where the temperature exceeding 17.5 degrees as water temperature. Also, having said this, we are now in a real problem, and we all know that this temperature is lethal for the trout. Last year, I can estimate that more than 40% of producers stopped production. If we will continue in this way, I think by next year or the year after, we will face a clear stop of this production. And to go to another production, to another species like carp, it's not possible in Lebanon, not technically speaking, but because it's not socially accepted in the Lebanese market and by the consumers. We have to benefit from all the research, all the trial happened in the Mediterranean. And in order to work alone as Lebanon, we are in very bad situation, in very hard situation. What I'm directly asking, if we can, through this meeting, we need to raise the awareness of our farmers on the good practice, how to alleviate, how to cope with the climate change. And to be direct, if possible, to have exchange between the Lebanese farmers and the farmers under the umbrella of FEAP, and thanks for this invitation, also with the support of GFCM, to start mainstreaming some practice, to start implementing, to teach them some practice that can help them in coping with this big problem. Also, a direct question to you, Alessio, and thanks for your presentation. And if I well understand from your presentation that you have a contact with Ferit to have smart diet, is it true?
Ferit is partner of the project. So partner, but just for marine species, for freshwater, we have Garant. It's another feed company, another partner of the project, which is developing feeds for freshwater species.
Yeah. Thanks for this, but why I'm asking, because Ferit have their agent in Lebanon. I don't know how can we cooperate to find through the dealer, their dealer in Lebanon, to formulate a kind of feed that can help in alleviating or coping this one. Because during the break, myself and Professor Imad, our colleague from Lebanon, we were discussing what we can do in terms of diet to help reducing the impact of climate change in Lebanon. And thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very useful contribution because we mainly spoke about marine fish. But I was talking with Matteo, our national president, and of course, even trout production is under pressure because an additional problem in freshwater aquaculture is water scarcity and the competition in using water for drinking water or aquaculture or agriculture. So this is an additional problem, and trout is a very sensible animal to high temperatures. So it's something to deal with for sure. And about feeds, I think that all the feed companies now are working on it very actively. And if we want to open a discussion with Skretting, I will be happy to facilitate this. Okay. Another question? Do we have time? No?
More several comments. Since the most presentations were based on marine aquaculture, I want to offer my perspective from the freshwater aquaculture companies, our perspective. We consider that in relation to climate change adaptation and mitigation, there is a situation of shared responsibility and a very necessary collaboration between companies. The reason is that in some cases, the sector, we are being obligated to develop solutions to improve our own resilience and to mitigate the negative effects of a climate change scenario, which has not its origin in our activities, but is directly impacting the natural resources that we need to produce sustainable food for society. So for this reason, and with high public administrations from the GFCM support aquaculture companies in addressing drought and climate change. Very important for that. And this could be done, and we will identify that could be done through the implementation of national data management and local monitoring, but also through public investing measures. We need equipment and technologies not paid by us, paid by the public administrations to offer us services to mitigate the climate change. Because as I mentioned before, we have a shared responsibility in this field. We will also like to propose more incentives and compensatory measures for the aquaculture companies that can demonstrate climate adaptive and climate responsible practices, because now is the moment. And when it comes to aquaculture companies, not to remove our responsibility, and mostly based on the freshwater aquaculture sector, we will recommend, and that's because we are also working in this, is that the companies should implement more RAS engineering solutions, should implement, as was already mentioned before, new genetic selection programs, should implement new pathogens detection and decision support technologies to mitigate the biosecurity risk, should implement sediment upcycling technologies to reduce impacts on the aquatic environment, and finally should implement new low emission material and equipments to promote circularity and decarbonization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting contribution to the discussion. Maybe one last question or comment. Rashid?
Thank you for Rashid Anan from Algeria. Thank you for all presentation of this morning. In the context of climate change discussion, we note that the important factor as impact of climate change is the temperature increase. And I think almost of species in aquaculture, the temperature increase is positive for fastly grow and rearing for several species. But there is many species in aquaculture in the world is not native of Mediterranean Sea Mediterranean Sea, not wild species. And the rules in the Mediterranean, all countries, is very hard, and we cannot introduce some species, especially crustacean as shrimp. I think in general discussion, I think is the time, if we want to develop aquaculture and increase the production in the Mediterranean area, I think is the time to open a big discussion and launch some studies about the impact to introducing this species and rearing in the Mediterranean area. With climate change, I think after some years, we found these species naturally in the Mediterranean. For example, Japonicus before is not native and wild species in the Mediterranean Sea, but now exist in the coast of Egypt. Some species appear these 3 last years in Tunisia, and maybe after years in Algeria. In the south coast will appear many new species, and I think is the time to open discuss of the possibility of introducing new species. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid. Yeah, for sure, diversification is another strategy. Of course, alien species cannot be used for aquaculture, at least in the European countries. But for example, meager and mullet, as Nikos was saying, are much more resistant to high temperatures than bass and bream, for example. So for sure, together with the genetic selection, also the choice of different species could be a long-term strategy to support the production in the Mediterranean. Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting session. Okay, Moment, please.
Thank you so much. Really, we're trying.
No, I can't. You come here.
Okay. Yeah, okay, no problem. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I prefer to speak as the last one because since 40 years ago, we working on this issue in Egypt, and we cultivate some of red tilapia. You know, the red tilapia is hybrid. And the beginning, since 45 years ago, we imported from Indonesia with salinity 6 ppt. And now with acclimatization, now we're arriving to rearing in 40 ppt in the completely marine water, and also the production in this salinity. Now this is the only solution for us because now we know the high temperature also affect in production of sea bass and sea bream in Egypt also. So we start now to replace some of production from sea bass, from sea bream and sea bass, especially by red tilapia, and succeed. Why? Because it's you know, the FCR of red tilapia is 1.2 like tilapia, and the test is completely marine because now he transfers the physiology of fish. It's become marine, so it's drinking marine water, and at the same time it's very short production cycle. It's only 6 months, so I can get 2 cycles in 1 year, or in compared to sea bass, I can produce 3 or 4 cycles compared to sea bass. So now this is the only solution now we had in Egypt. We trying to spread around all of Egypt to facing the climate change because it's tolerated to high temperature. He only affected by low temperature, but it's tolerated to high temperature, and also is very very satisfied for eating algae. So he reduced usually when the water contain a high consensus of algae. So we reduce also the FCR. Yeah. Thank you. This is our presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. I remember some pictures you show in one of the last assembly of GFCM with this red tilapia. I think that we can learn a lot for southern Mediterranean countries because you started facing these problems before the North. So as Nikos was saying, it would be very useful to strengthen the network to face the climate change issue, let's say, less together, also looking at the best cases that already happen in different countries. Okay, I close the session, and I don't know what's going to happen now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alessio. Okay, Lars is already here, so we are passing to the next session. I think this session will be super interesting because it will cover all the points we discussed, cover all the other sessions, because AI is related to all the dimension of sustainability. It's a strong tool, and Lars will try to demystify AI for aquaculture. Lars, you have a huge responsibility. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I really want to thank GFCM and FEAP and DJ More for this opportunity. For me, I want to tell you just a little bit about me first. So I'm a fish biologist, so I've studied the environmental impacts on fish for 30 years. I've been in aquaculture activities for the last 25. So my background is biology, but I've moved towards digitalization because I understand if we're going to really succeed, taking biological knowledge and taking using the data that we can obtain from that, and also then using AI to improve our systems is really going to make a difference. I just have to grab something quick. Excuse me. I needed some exercise, so that was good. And now I'm going to get you guys to, I hope you are ready to participate a little bit. And before I do that, I think I want to make a little applause to you. I think what Renata, what you guys have done in your farm is a super example of what data and AI can do. I mean, this is really bravo. And I think it really exemplifies how important data, AI, how transparency, the use of that to transparency, also predictability will really help also not only the ability to grow, but also the consumer confidence. So now, we've been sitting here all morning. I think now it's important that we maybe stretch a little bit. So I want to ask a couple of questions, and I'd like you to raise your hands. How many of you today, as fish farmers or within the associations, are using AI today? Okay, very good. How many would want to improve how you use data and AI today? Very nice. Now, what I'm going to do is this. I think I'm not going to use that. I think I noticed that if I have this correctly, then I can still move my arms and I don't have to stand like this. What I really want to do is think a lot about how we can get AI into the industry. How do you use data, and how this can really help you. My role, I'm from Norse in Norway. It's a research institute, but I have a few roles, but one of them is Program Director for Aquaculture and Fisheries in the European Digital Innovation Hub Oceanopolis. So my role is to help SMEs with their digital innovations, but also to get them taken up by the industry. For me, I have a real passion about aquaculture. I believe really that aquaculture is going to be important for the future of our society, but also that digitalization is really one of the important pathways, how we get there to really be more successful. Let's see, I have to push this one. We talk about a lot of different species today, and there are all kinds of different farms. You have the very small farms, you have the really sophisticated farms. I work in Norway. We know that they're increasing the amount of data and digitalization they use. But we also have to think that very simple solutions can help you. A simple oxygen sensor that can give you some prediction and some warning will be enough maybe to save your population. It's coming onto your phone, like Renata, like you said. They get these warnings early, they can react. These things are really important. And one of the things why I'm here, I've had different interventions, both with GFCM, but also with FEAP, is we really have to try to find the action. How do we really help you get more AI and activities working? So we know the challenges. I don't think I have to go through all these different challenges, but you know, we have the fish health and welfare. You have it here. I'm going to have more text on my slides that I'm going to talk about, but I'm using it for reference because I guess this will be distributed, I would assume. So you can also use it as reference. But all of these, you can use data and AI to make it better, make it easier for you to improve not only your production, but how you show the world what you do. And this is really going to be very critical. We've heard in the last days, I really enjoyed these sessions, and I see in all of them how data and AI are either already working or should be applied. This is sort of like my Bible of how you need all of these components if you're really going to be able to let data work for you. And I'm not going to go through all this now. I don't have enough time for that. But the first part is the data, really knowing what that data is, making sure it's standardized so you know it. You have to have ways of dealing with that data. And then it's the data analytics. We're going to hear from the other speakers a little bit on how their journey is to take from examples of this is our problem, we need a solution, how do we get there that we can get it implemented? And that's a lot of the data analytics. One of the biggest challenges I see, especially in Norway, but it's actually the whole sector, is actually the data sharing, this collaborative data sharing partnerships. We can gain so much more and faster if you shared certain data between farmers. And when I say share data, I don't mean necessarily that it goes everywhere. I mean that you can share data more with a feed producer, that he can then make his new offerings to you better and targeted to you. But often what you do, they don't get all that production data and all the things that have happened to understand what that should be. So these are the types of things that I think are really important. And then the digital transformation within your organization. It's not just to have something, it's that everybody agrees and can see, I get value from this, from all levels, from the guy who's feeding the fish to the administration who is in charge of leading and making strategy. And then you can think that you can have all kinds of new business and operational models just because now I have this data and the possibility to use it in different contexts. And for instance, for changing on lowering my insurance premiums because I have shared a certain amount of data and transparency around this. So, I mean, we see that it's clear that this data and AI is going to impact how we think. I use this example from, this is from a salmon farm farmer in Norway, Grieg Seafood. And if you look, this is just what kind of data they want and why, and whether they want it static or if they want it the trend, the predictability, so you have an understanding of what's going on. And I show this as an example of this is what the guys do that are really putting a lot of technology in, and they have enormous operations. But just one or two of these is enough to really impact. And I think in one of the things and the actions that I will talk about at the end is really about how do we find out what data AI can we use that will help you with the minimum amount of investment for the maximum output. and really understanding what and where that is. So I'm going to go through. So as I said, I have a lot more text in here that I'm going to say, but I'm going to give just some of the examples of how you can do it, and they'll go into more detail. So just the water quality intelligence and early warning. There are many, you know, from your pond to your RAS system to your CPAN, all of these having some kind of data that's giving you this. And it matters where you have your sensor and knowing that that sensor is there. So these are a lot of things that are forgotten. So I think in the FEAP meeting in Munich, one of the questions was, but how do I know that that sensor isn't in the mud? I said, exactly. So it's up to the technicians to actually know where that is and that it's in the right place. And so that's part of the whole process. It's not just that it's all of a sudden going to be magically there. There have to be the right people involved. So they're not losing their job. They're actually maintaining that and making it their job better. Precision feeding. This is one of the ones we know it's enormous cost. Being able to really focus on how you can feed fish. You know, under normal conditions, you can put in a feeder that's timed and it will feed these fish at this time. But if you have something that's going on with these fish, if you don't have some kind of precision feeding there, you will start maybe feeding fish 50% more than they're actually eating, and that's just going away. So it's finding out which kinds of data can you use and what AI can help me in my situation. In some situations, you can use behavior, but in some ponds where you don't have visibility, maybe you can use surfacing behavior or sound to be able to use to get this type of insight. Fish health, welfare, and disease surveillance. I mean, we've heard about the needs for this. And I mean, I've been traveling a lot to a lot of different countries where, you know, a lot of this reporting is not even done. You know, they keep this data a lot to themselves. In Norway, we have quite rigid, we have to report these things, and it's in a way to help everybody. But I know I've been into some of these countries where they don't want to tell people. That's really critical knowledge to know if we're getting new diseases coming in. If you're not reporting it, you don't even know what it is. So I think these are also really important. Biomass estimation, size distribution, and harvest. You know, I mean, now to be able, we see a lot, and I'm sure you do too, if you can really look and see using a camera, having the predictability of how much fish I'm going to have, what's the size distribution, you can sell it that. If you don't have that and you miss, then you actually are losing money in the future. There are a lot of technologies I'm not going to talk about it here, I guess, but that you can actually use AI to sort your fish before you're putting in to grow out that, you know, so males and female salmon, for instance, that grow at different rates. And so then you're having more uniform populations, and then you can actually optimize the biomass as well. Infrastructure and equipment failure predictions. So here you can use a lot of different types of sensors that can also be paying attention to your aerators, your pumps, your nets, your integrity, your mooring tension lines, and those can, just that data can really save you big losses just because you have this. And in some of these cases, you'll have this early warning. So you have time to actually do it before it's a real problem. Climate and weather environmental risk forecasting. I mean, we've heard about this in the last session, really important. And I mean, the more we can do around this is going to be really critical for a lot of these major changes that we see in climate today. And I will emphasize the need for data sharing again between different types of actors to be able to actually get all the data you should have to be able to make those models work, and also for yourselves. Financial and operational decision intelligence, right? So if you have all this data, you're working up, you can start then really working in your business to really improve your stocking density, precision, species selection, labor planning, feed purchases, etc. And so then it's really moving from reactive to predictive businesses. Traceability, certification, and market access. We've been hearing about this too. Here again, you're being able to have the data, you're going to be able to use AI to do a lot of the reporting for you. They can gather this information and increase it. And I think one of the really important things about this is along the way, you can see where you are. Are you in the range? Are you getting deviations so that you can be sure that at the end of that cycle, you've maintained and within the limits of what you should be? Future, more autonomous systems. I mean, now we're getting semi-autonomous farms in the sense that they're giving you more, something's happening, but they're not having the action, right? So they're just telling you this warning or something's about to happen. What we see is in some cases, a lot of these systems can become autonomous with some extra side warnings or control, but otherwise I think it will happen in many systems. We can start thinking about, where is your return of investment? So depending on where you are, what type of things, and this is going to vary depending on what kind of farm or what you're doing, but immediate payoffs you will get from precision feeding, from water quality early warning, and biomass estimation. I mean, you see those as the first. Next is disease detection and predictive maintenance. I really think that these are really important. And then more towards strategy, the financial optimization and climate risk modeling and full autonomy. And we can all have opinions on which level and what it is that is most relevant for you. But I think we can agree that they are there. So I think this is my last slide. And this is, the question that was really put to me was what AI can I use to give me value? And in this discussion is Bernard, I think, that was who asked me this question. And it really has made me think, there are a lot of farmers that don't know what's available, what we can use. So I suggest that there should be a decision-making flow chart of, what data I collect, what are the value propositions that are there, of all these different things. If I have this data, which of these can I use? What kind of data can I add here that will give me this? Because that's what I want. I think a comprehensive mapping of the farming practices could be done and to be included into this flow chart. A tool development for decision-making, including feasibility and cost and suppliers. I actually am suggesting in my head that we should have an app that all farmers that could be spread, and farmers can put in their situation, what kind of farm it is, how big it is, what kind of data they collect, and then find out on the other side what kind of either suppliers or that can provide this, but what kind of AI solutions would help them. And then identify minimum viable solutions for value targets with a positive return of investment. And then I would suggest once that's done, we can pilot them and test them in GFCM or FEAP members. Thank you. So now we're going to have a series of different talks. And the first one up is Mohamed Rameh from Aquadeep in Tunisia. And he's going to give an understanding or explain some of the roadmap that you guys have done along the way.
Thank you so much. So hello, everyone. My name is Mohamed Rameh. I'm very happy, very pleased to be here today to represent Aquadeep and Oxygen. So as you can see from the title of the presentation, what we will talk about today is from images to insight, how AI can improve visibility on aquaculture. Before diving into our journey, what I want to state is that AI is a tool, not the ending point. And that's what we understood in Aqua Deep, and that's what helped us shape our activity and our solution. So back in the black one, okay, the black one, okay. So back in 2018, the founder and the CEO of the startup, Mohammed bin Ahmed, was studying image recognition and artificial intelligence. And he wanted to put this science on the table to tackle one problem with a real impact and to have a real added value. So at that time, we deliberately chose aquaculture because we believe that aquaculture will be one of the main sources of protein for human being in the next decades. In 2019, we started working on a use case, and we presented that use case to one of the biggest aquaculture farm in Tunisia, but the response was clear. You guys are off target. This was not a rejection for us. It was an invitation and a reality check for us to understand something that is fundamental. AI, technology are not enough if they don't take into consideration the daily life or the daily activity of a hatchery or an aquaculture farm. So we went back to our computers, but we didn't stay there. We made iterations with clients, and we understood something very critical, that only 20% of larvae make it to the next stage. And we wanted to understand why. We understood that inaccurate counting can be the reason, and is the reason. So if there is an overestimation or an underestimation, both of those under or overestimation will lead to a high mortality risk or low quality product. And that's why we imagined a solution that would be AI powered with an AI that we created from scratch that can count the uncountable. So we developed Oxygen. Oxygen is an AI platform for larva counting. The function is very simple. We have a demo after this that will explicit all of this. So the state of the art. Now for a hatchery manager or operator, what they usually do is that they take sample day after day, and they take those samples and they try to put it in the microscope and count them by hand. So this could be very different from an operator to another. And the whole idea behind Oxygen is to standardize this operation of counting. So with Oxygen, now we have like more than 95% accuracy in counting. We upped productivity for our clients by 20%, and this can be explained by the economy of nutrition and nutriments that will be put into a certain batch, but also in the economy of the costs of the human resources that will be deployed to count these batches or these samples. And now 40 minutes are just 5 seconds. So now we have a quick demo on how. Yes, thank you. So yeah, this is the platform. This is Oxygen. So at first you will find a page where you can dashboard all your production, where you have all the statistics that you will need into your production. Then what is really great about our product, about our solution, is that Oxygen has an aspect of being species agnostic. Is that it means that Oxygen is not limited to one specific organism. Whether you are working with larvae, phytoplanktons, Oxygen can learn from your images and deliver a model that can count your samples. So now we are creating our species and choosing our subspecies. We put the starting date and the period, the growth cycle period. We upload some simple images for training the AI model. And then we can get to the fun part, which is counting area. So here you can start a new project. For this example, for this demo, what we will choose as a species will be sea urchins, because we have a valid use case with sea urchins, with phytoplanktons also, but with many other species. But for this case, we chose sea urchins. So here, like you see, there are fish, microorganism, or other, but there you will see that we will click on other to put sea urchins. Takes a little bit of time, but we will get there. So once the project is created, we can begin and scan the image, upload the image, and the platform will do the rest. The platform will analyze the image, will get the number of specimens that are present in a certain sample, and also can deliver a sizing of these specimens. So this is how it works, finally. You add a new scan, you have your pictures that are already downloaded on your computer, or the pictures, you can take it by your phone from the microscope view. You click on next, you submit, and in less than 2 seconds, your image is already analyzed and the number is already counted. This is it. You see this plate? There is like 470 sea urchins on this plate, and the platform counted it in less than 2 seconds. This is what we add. This is the value that we add in oxygen. We can also highlight specimens with a certain size. If you want to highlight the specimens that are between 10 and 15 unit, you can click on that size and those specimens will be highlighted in red. So this will help you have better data, better insight on when to harvest or when to use this batch. Thank you so much. This is it.
Thank you, Mohammed. Next is Tristan Camilleri from, there he is, from Malta. And he's going to give also some examples what they did.
One example. Yeah. Sure. Yep. So good afternoon, everyone. I come from Malta, as my colleagues have explained, and we mainly deal with bigger fish, which is tuna, Atlantic bluefin tuna. And the fish is basically caught from the wild during that year's fishing season from around the Mediterranean, brought to Malta and fattened. And I will use this case scenario for the development of a pipeline to use AI in counting and estimating biomass of the fish. So why do we need AI? As my previous speakers have explained, AI is a tool, and like any tool, it can make your life easier. And that is ultimately the ultimate aim of going into the hassle of developing these tools and using them in your farms or whichever case scenario you have. In our case, we are driven by a number of regulations at international level where we have some requirements that we need to count exactly the fish for each catch, and we need to estimate the weight of the fish caught so that it can be deducted from the quotas. I will give an indication of a typical pipeline to develop an AI tool. In this case, this is for my research that I'm doing on computer vision tools for enumeration, which is counting of bluefin tuna and biomass estimation. And I believe that the first step, crucial for every development process for AI tools, needs to follow a typical product development cycle, which is usually start with identifying the problem. In this case, in our case, it is we have a very tough requirement for counting the exact number of fish and estimating their weight. The better the problem is defined, the better the solution might be, since you will waste less resources in achieving the goal that you want to set. So what is happening in real life in the environment? So for each catch at the fishing ground, you have the purse seine, you catch the fish, and the fish is transferred to a transport cage. During that process, you have divers with cameras, and they film the fish passing. The laser pointer, which button is it? There. So you have this window between the transport cage and the purse seine. You have a diver who has to stand still with a very heavy camera and film the fish passing through the window. The footage actually starts with a diver showing a reference rod of 1.5 meters, so that you can gauge the length from the images. And right after catching the fish, which could be in the evening, you have people from regulatory authorities, from the farm, from the fishermen, and they have to sit down and count the fish and arrive at a common number, irrespective of the environmental conditions that you have. This can have subjectivity, because we're humans after all, and they arrive at a final number. When the fish is brought back to the farming state, in our case Malta, this process is repeated, hopefully in better conditions, lighting conditions, and the fish is counted again, and 20% of the fish is estimated for size, because from the size you can estimate the weight by comparing to this rod. And this is done manually, so 1 in every 5 fish, and you take the snout length, snout to fork length, which is here. The cameras are 3D cameras, so you have 2 images, and these can be compared, and like our eyes, we can get an impression of length. So why do we need an AI tool? To have better, more accurate results, so reduce subjectivity, improve the use of these tools when environmental conditions are less than ideal, and so on and so forth. So the first step, as other speakers have explained, is that we need data. And in our case, this is images, which is footages. And there might be different problems that need to be addressed when processing these images because of the turbidity, lighting conditions, occlusion, fish passing over each other, and fish density. Basically, garbage in, garbage out. So if you have poor data quality in the beginning, you will have poor results at the end. We believe that AI is an intelligent system, but ultimately there is no intelligence behind it. It's just a system that recognizes patterns and does some computation on those patterns. So the next step, after having your data, and hopefully you annotate it, which is the process where you describe whichever parameter you're measuring, in our case, snout to fork length. There are many models out there. For academia, they are usually free. A good one for computer vision is YOLO, which is, it stands for You Only Look Once. It is a very good model, and each year there might be 1 or 2 iterations of this model. I believe the latest one is YOLO 13 or YOLO 12. So this model, once you do the basic computational work, it will put a box around the fish, and if you train it correctly, it will indicate the fork and snout, and then we'll convert those parameters into a length. Having said that, there are many ways how you can measure fish, as you all know, and it doesn't mean that what works for manual assessment of fish length is the ideal for fish, for the use of AI tools to estimate the length and the weight of the fish and to count. For example, in my research, it is very apparent then that transitioning from an SFL, which is the snout to fork length assessment, is much better to go to a truss system, which is this thing monstrosity over here, which is you take multiple data points to give a more precise assessment of the fish volume, and from that you can acquire fish mass. After a lot of magic behind the scenes, the computer model will give you numbers, and these are the amount of fish that you have in terms of numbers and the weight of the fish. What might go wrong, because ultimately errors do happen, and you have two important parameters when developing an AI model. One is the accuracy, which is, in my opinion, insufficient to gauge the quality of the model, and uncertainty, which is very often not listed as as part of the results that the AI model generates, or the front end of many models generate. And it gives you the, as the word says, the uncertainty of which is the error in the measurement. And I think it is very important to have an assessment of these two parameters in whichever model you use, because ultimately misdetections, it can lead to underestimation, and false positives give you an overestimation. These are the type of errors that, in my experience, I encountered. For example, you have two fish which cover each other. The model does not recognize that these are two fish, and it takes their average in simple terms. Another error is that fish may be counted twice. And that has very important implications on ultimately commercially, because you have to pay for this fish, but from a regulatory point of view, because this fish has to be counted against the quota. So the ultimate aim of what I'm working on is to improve transparency, enhance traceability, reduce observer burden, because all of this process currently takes a huge amount of human resources to perform, support science-based management, and in order to achieve this, it is important that all the pipeline is auditable, so that data can be presented to the scientific panels and everything can be assessed for validity. It has to be transparent, it has to be calibrated and validated against independent measurements. So AI is not replacing governance, but in my case, it is supporting it. What are the opportunities in general? You can have real-time monitoring, as was previously explained. Cost reduction if one uses these tools in a clever way. Feed optimization, and of more relevance to my use scenario is decision support systems. The challenges, as previously explained as well, data quality and data availability. There are ways how you can artificially increase the amount of data that you have. Generalization, as Mohammed mentioned, their model works on different species, irrespective of whatever you use. You need a lot of computational infrastructure to run these models, because they are quite resource intensive, unless they are performed on the cloud. And you need regulatory acceptance. In the case of ICAT, they have self-imposed a requirement to have these tools in place by 2028, at least to assess their availability. So thank you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome. Anybody getting hungry yet? Okay, now it's a great pleasure to introduce my good friend Nikos, who you saw just a few minutes ago from HCMR, and he's going to give you some examples of how you can use AI for let's say, precision feeding, as well as and welfare. Yes, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Sorry that you have to tolerate me for 15 minutes more. I hope that this presentation is going to be interesting for you. Providing that we have the presentation. Yeah, certainly. Okay, I'm going to give some examples of non-invasive monitoring of fish behavior and morphology. And I think that it is related very much to what Lars presented in the morning and what we have discussed before in the climate session. I will start with this picture because I like this diversity and shows also the difficulty that we have in the Mediterranean if we compare the sector with the north of the Atlantic. Because in the north they have one species, they are happy with this. We have several, and each one is different. They are not the same. They have different requirements, different behaviors, different temperature tolerance, resistance to disease, whatever. And the way that we work until now is labor intensive, small, medium enterprises, that means fragmentation, and different regulatory framework. We work in open cages, and I'm going to concentrate, what I'm going to show is applicable for this species and mostly for bass and bream. In general, I will keep with this. It's very difficult to employ universally applied methods, and it's very hard to create one-size-fits-all solutions or tools. This is the farm that we have in Crete. It's a pilot farm. It's located in the north of the island. We have several types of cages. And what it is important is the circular one. It's 40-meter diameter. We work with 15-meter depth and more than 20,000 fish. So what I'm going to show you, I think that it is relevant to what you are doing. It's not the same, but it is relevant. And what we are collecting as data streams from environmental parameters like temperature, dissolved oxygen, pH, salinity, and so on, and also behavioral parameters like swimming speed, alignment, crowding, and general. And then we have also information about how individuals are looking for. We have the length, weight, fin deformities, and skin lesions. And I'm going to show you how we collect this data set and some examples of analysis. I'm going to start with the group behavior monitoring. This is the way that we do the sampling and the analysis. We use these cameras, very cheap, very easy, single cameras. What we are doing, we try to detect the fish, to track the collect before explain exactly what we are doing. We train a model that follow a fish, and then we have some behavioral classification. We have the swimming speed, the school cohesion, and this is important, but it's not needed for you to point this. Behavior is the first response of the fish in whatever happens in each environment. It comes as a real-time proxy for stress and welfare. And it allows us to have rapid correction actions. So how we do that? So we use this submerged camera. The pipeline is that we use the YOLO models from 5 to 12, as the college said. We track the fish, and then using another software that is available, we can follow it. Then we have a continuous monitoring of the activity of the fish, and not only by the time that they are calm, but also while they are fed. And using this specific behavior that our fish have, we have been able to define some indexes, like the feeding index. And I'm going to show you what we are doing with this later. The first is related to heat waves. Remember this graph I've shown you before, but now I have noticed some heat wave periods that is in spring, summer, autumn, and also winter. That means heat waves is not only during summer, but it can happen any time of the year. We know the optimal region for the fish, so we analyze the behavior, the swimming behavior of the fish with the temperature, against the temperature. And we have identified different heat waves, let's say, by defining temperatures that are increasing towards the optimum rate, or temperatures that are above the optimum, and temperatures that are within the optimum. And the behavior of the fish was different depending on the type of heat wave that we have. And what we have seen is that we have an increase heat wave activity, swimming activity, when heat waves was reaching the optimum. We have almost no difference when heat wave was at the normal, at the optimum levels, and we have a suppressed activity when heat wave exceeded the optimal ranges of the temperature. And this can be quite easily interpreted using, this can be easily interpreted to the aerobic scope theory if you see how things are and the energy that are utilizing the fish for their movement and their activity. And we think that this is a nice or a potential, let's say, early warning welfare indicator under climate change conditions. So this is the first idea that we have monitoring our fish and how they respond to heat waves. The second driver that we have been analyzing is feeding. Again, I'm not going to speak about the necessity, how important is feeding. And what we did, we forced our feeding, different feeding schedules, normal feeding, access feeding, reduced feeding, and then no feeding. And we monitor their behavior during this period, and we try to see what is going on. And when I say reduced feeding, I mean 50% reduced or overfeeding 150%. That means it was really accessed because we wanted to see what is going on. We use the same method as explained before, and we analyze also using a Gaussian mixture model. Forget it. It's not important. It's just a tool that we have to analyze time series. And what it is important, however, is that with this model, we have defined very clearly 4 distinct behaviors, and this is for the bass. It was the behavior before the feeding, the anticipation of feeding, because our fish know when they are going to be fed. There are 2 feeding periods that they were active and then a little less active, and the period that was relaxed after feeding. They just, the behavior show that we don't want anything anymore. Now, what it is important is that when we overfed the fish, this last behavior, that was the relaxing behavior, appear earlier. That means the fish behave in a way, although they were seeing the food, that they didn't want anymore. And in case that we reduce the feeding, then this secondary behavior that we still eating but not actively continue even when we finish feeding. And this, we thought that it was something interesting. We had these first results in a project that we ran with Lars, the eye efficiency project. And then we said, okay, we have to repeat this because it can be coincident. And we repeat the trial in the Cure for Aqua project, another project that we had, and we came up with the same results. So we were quite happy with the sea bass. And we said, okay, the sea bass has this behavior, we can use it to control feeding. And then we said, okay, we are going to run the same thing for the sea bream. And it came out the sea bream has a similar behavior, although sea bream, we know that the feeding behavior is completely different than the sea bass. And the responses are different. There are very specific differences, but still we can characterize the behavior of the fish like this. So we think that with this measure, with this tool, we can control a little bit better the food by just the feeding, by just monitoring the behavior of our fish. I'm gonna give you another example of how AI and tools like this can help us to monitor fish morphology. This is very much related to what we can call operational welfare indicators, because all these parameters that I'm showing there, growth, skin damage, operculum deformities, fin damages, and all these are defined as operational welfare indicators. Until now, we had to take the fish outside, take samples, and so on. Okay, we create a tool that automatically detect the deformities that you can see there. You see here a large number of images that we are collecting in order to train our model and to identify the problems. And yeah. I'm sorry for this. I thought that it's a video that it shows what are the characters that we recognize on the fish, and it gives us an idea of, give us actually a table saying that in this case we identify 1,000 individuals, 5. It works. Okay, good, excellent. Now you will see how it goes. The characters that we identify on the fish are quite similar than the ones that the colleague before showed. For the bream and the bass, we don't require that many. We are able to identify the length and to calculate the weight of the fish. And then using the same character set, we identify also the fins and the different morphometric characters that we have. And we have, at the end of the day, an image, a result saying us, this is the number of fish that I have detected, this is the size, and this is the fish with the problems. Yeah, okay. Future steps is that we want to improve the morphometric tool apart from these characters that it shows, that in order to define the jaw deformity and also eye damage, which is something that it is important, and in some cases also skeletal deformities if this is possible. However, digitization is not just everything is running. It comes with some challenges. And this challenge is the first and the most important. And I think that it's something that we have to discuss with you, is what is the adoption strategy? How AI can be incorporated? We have the example of a colleague in the morning, how nice they have incorporated it and good results, but still there are tools at the everyday husbandry that require some more attention. It's the fear of creative destruction. And the guy who introduced this terminology won the Nobel Prize this year in economy. So it's not something that happened in our sector, but it happens everywhere. We should not be afraid of the new tools because the new tools, as the colleagues before said and Lars pointed, are not something that is going to take our jobs, but it is supposed to make our life easier. And we need data for this. And these tools just give us numbers because the only way to do predictions, and we have been discussing in the previous section about prediction, is to have, we need data, we need numbers, and the numbers is something good. We don't need to be afraid with numbers. So adoption strategy is something, cost is an issue. So we have to look for scalable equipments and low-cost tools, work position, build capacity of the sector, train the farmers, and engage the farmers in the sense that these tools that I've shown you here are mostly top down. Let's say we have the idea and I'm presenting it to you. The best thing is that you come with your problem to the research community or to the companies, because the research community can be public, private, whatever, and you ask for tools that's going to help you, or you co-develop the tool. And this is the most interesting. So we need this engagement. Data, I think Lars make it very clear. The quality of data, how robust, reliable we collect, and we are sure about the data sets that we are working. Cybersecurity is an issue, and the data ownership. They are very critical, and I understand all the concerns that we have, because all of us have concerns. The storages and data centers is something that the colleague also mentioned it before. The energy requirements that we have in order to implement these methodologies and these technologies in the sector, it's something that we have to consider. And we have to always, when we develop a tool, we need to ensure interoperability. There are some ethics guidelines that we need to respect. I'm not going to go through, but it's there. There are people that are working in this direction, and they have make the rules. We have just to follow. And I think that this is all. Thank you.
So now, Sylvia, you said we had like a half an hour we can have questions, right? Is that what you said? Yeah, just joking. No, I think it's lunch and then possibility for questions when we come back for lunch. Okay. Thank you very much.
So we will continue in 1 hour. So please be back here at, what is this, 2:40? 2:40. Thank you. 2:45. 2:40. 2:40.
I was trying to change it. It's more like there's more engagement. Yeah. I think I got some.
Now the next step of the review, think about that together. I was the guide of think about this manual guide to AI. Like what kind of pages to like kind of
So what we see on the right of the, yes, you can go back. Closed and the text will go off. Yes, because the interview not on our face.
The last time that we made yes, and artificial intelligence.
I know.
And that put all the pieces together and we eliminate
For everyone to
Right, so
I know. It was today's phones, but what we did is that we didn't have anyone to ask to take the photo. So one person took a photo, and then the other one, and then it created a photo that everybody was immediately. Yes, so it's like that. I don't know what app that was, but yeah.
Okay, if you could send it to me, so I will prepare a post.
I sent that to Fabio for the newsletter, but yes, okay.
As for LinkedIn, it doesn't matter. I mean, sometimes
No,
I
oh, you will do it. Okay, good, because I will do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We offer we offer our farm as infrastructure for pilot testing of other companies and mostly digital tools. And this is something that we have a goal to test 65 pilot products at the farm in 2 years. I think it's in 2 years. It will end June this year. So
Fantastic.
this has been great because we have also people involved in this farm, our people involved in this farm, in touch with digital companies that have products to offer to adapt to aquaculture business. So the only thing they need is to do, the companies, is to increase the TRL level. So the minimum is 4, and it doesn't need to be ready to market, but they need to show they increase at least 2, I think, 2 levels at TRL. And this has been very important to get us in touch with a lot of technology that is not, this technology doesn't know fish farming, and fish farming doesn't know them.
Oh.
So we have at least 2 people every year going to the Web Summit to look for companies, to look to their products, and to imagine how this can be applied to our business. Of course, we received grants for this. That's what attracted initially the company to do this. But it also, I think we will be forever a test bed for digital tools, because it really in 65 products, maybe 5 or 6 will be for sure implemented at the farm. Another action I thought I should share with you that we made was we had a training session on AI with an expert. He's Portuguese, but is based in the United States. And the way he did it, because it's the engagement that someone mentioned in the presentation. It's very important, the engagement of the workers, because they need to feel, how can I apply? Because everyone raises the end, but then, how is this ChatGPT or is this something else? So the training was very successful also, and the way it went was that he was in contact with different departments to prepare the training, and in order to have examples of how you can apply this for every person to improve the daily routines. So when the main session came to a lot of the workers, he had examples of implementation of AI to the different parts of the business. And it's very important that the people feel this is not something for only a few experts in the world that know how to implement AI in the companies. It's for every worker. Of course, some of them have more, I mean, they have more, it's easy for some of them than others, but it's important that they engage with these technologies.
I think both these actions are really fantastic. I think I'm going to try to contact you to learn more, if that's okay, after.
We need to learn from you.
Yeah, so,
sure.
yeah, but so I would really like to, because I think these types of activities are what all of us should be thinking if we can also take advantage of that, where you get grants for something like that, to be able to test, because a lot of times you just don't have the time or you don't have the possibility for that to happen. But also where, you know, if you have some expert to teach this, maybe this is something that other people can take into their own companies. So I'm always trying to facilitate that everybody gets to try it. So learning from these good examples is fantastic.
Diego Mendiola from the freshwater aquaculture sector in Spain. I have some comments to put in common. And we consider that the value and the potential of the artificial intelligence is obvious. Yes, super high potentiality and value, but the use of the AI in aquaculture operations within at least within our freshwater aquaculture sector is still very incipient. Very incipient, and is mostly implemented only by medium-sized or large companies. Large companies through very specific investment and innovation projects. So no in real term operations, we'll say. In fact, and at least in Spain, most aquaculture SMEs are still in intermediate phases of digital transformation. This is in stages in which we are still moving from paper to digital systems, computerization or applying the computerization to administrative tasks, or implementing enterprise resource planning and CRM, introducing industrial automatizations, and connecting data and sensors for water quality mechanical systems through SCADA systems and so on. And even the predictive models or machine learning applications for productions cannot yet be considerably widely used, we'll say. So for this reason, I think that we should recommend to make a kind of deeper analysis in some way, with some precautionary approach, we'll say as well, because from the production perspective, we will not recommend implementing artificial intelligence in a company without prior experience in advanced digital transformation phases. Because artificial intelligence is not an entry-level technology, is what we were said by the engineers from the data and softwares that we have been getting information during the last years, because we insist that we are very interested in this. But the AI is not an entry-level technology, but rather a maturity technology. Maturity technology requiring solid foundations. Solid foundations through processes, data quality, data governance, analytics, that are probably, in our case, at least in the freshwater aquaculture sector, are not yet common in a sector as traditional as the ours. We are a very traditional sector. Not a super computerized one, at least the freshwater, I mean. So the use of AI in our sector, we think that requires also the application of several precautionary principles, because aquaculture involves the production of living resources, but not mechanical parts. I mean, to work with living organisms means that we have to analyze deeply as well the influence of abiotic factors, ethical, welfare, many things that from an holistic or ecosystemic point of view, the artificial intelligence, we are not yet sure that is going to be the solution. yet. Probably yes, and we consider that is the future. So for not being so negative, and even so the sector, or at least our freshwater aquaculture activity, we see very interesting opportunities related to the AI, mostly starting by the training and the creation of digital and cultures, AI culture within our companies. Also, we see opportunities about the application of AI to very specific and well-defined processes, as all the researchers today have been explaining about biomass sampling, feeding rate control, growth estimation, early disease detections, even predictive models. Predictive models will be probably one of the most important outputs of our. But we are talking about a specific and well-defined process, not big integration of the technology in our traditional activity as is aquaculture. And the last point is that we also think that the use of artificial intelligence to streamline administrative and reporting tasks is also a very good thing, like to be more agile in producing invoicings, accounting activities, or deliverables, or claims management, or these kind of things. The administrative area of the AI, I think that we think that is a real opportunity in the short-term run. So I will say that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Maybe I just make some comment around it. I think when we think about AI and what it is, I was talking to somebody at lunch, and they're like, why do you say AI? It just scares me. What is AI? It's this big thing. But actually, AI can be a very simple thing. So it can be as simple as having an oxygen probe in your facility that uses AI to give predictive oxygen levels, right? So that, and just that AI and knowing what is going on real time and with the predictions of the past, this is a simple model that can just be on your phone. And that can make a big difference in if you're not just on those systems all the time. So there are different levels on where this can be beneficial. But I agree, it is a process. And it's not just jumping in, I'm just going to be, okay, now I'm digital. That's not the case. So it is a process. And I think finding out where you can find the intervention of AI that can give you the most value with the least cost will be the starting point for you to be able to really use it. And I think the examples, I'm sure they in Portugal, that they also came with these types of things. They started with something and see, okay, this works, and now we can add something else, and now we can have a system. So I think I understand the hesitation, but I think it's also something that will only help in the end. It's just finding the process on how to reach there.
Yes, what I have more or less translate is the recommendations that we obtain for data engineers, software engineers, which are, we'll say, the most, we'll say, not talent, but skill, in this field, because all of us, or most of us, we are biologists or agronomists, and so that point of that point of recommendation, you have to be in a very advanced phase of digitalization first, prior to install sophisticated artificial intelligence system operation in your company. I think that it seems reasonable, right?
Yeah, but so I agree that, I mean, it really depends your size, because I also often think about the small fish farmer, the one that has his one farm, one site, let's say, and even in Africa. And there you can have these simple things. They all have their mobile phones and they have apps that they're using. And those just little alerts that's using AI for that. That's a good starting point just to show what you get. Hussam?
We have the mic. The mic is here. Yeah. Just to inform you that also we are brainstorming about the idea. This was we discussed also with Lars, with the colleagues with FEAP. Also, we discussed about how to demystify AI. It's important to. There is a lot of services, tools, but the farmers need to understand what is tailored to his need. So we discussed a little bit with the colleagues, and Roberto can introduce also some idea about a brochure, about a manual, about something, a tool that we can improve for sure to make AI easier.
So you don't need me here.
No, we need you something.
So good afternoon. My name is Roberto Emma. I work for the GFCM Secretariat. I'm an information management team leader. And specifically, our role is to backstop the working of the GFCM when it comes to anything that requires technological backing. And I have been following with vivid interest the discussions held during these 2 days, which resonate a lot with those that have been undertaken a couple of years ago in the occasion of the workshop on robotics and AI in aquaculture that we held in Antalya, in Turkey. And last year, 2 years ago, it was really aligning to see the amount of information collected around what is possible to do with AI. And the key message there is that there were a number of applications that were known, others that were right behind the corner. And it was important to start collating that information in order to raise awareness on the possibilities, as well as the risks. This year, the key message is about demystifying. We demystified a number of factors when it comes to AI, that is about the purposes. We have been exploring the optimization of FCR, all the other factors that we know, like reducing the mortality, predicting the water quality, and predict also the optimal yield, which clarifies on the first nature of AI tools as a supporting tool to plan. And that because AI is not anything magic, is basically trained mathematics on past reality and making consideration on the basis of real-time information. Now, when it comes to this, it is clear that this year we had the luxury, the opportunity to hear back from representatives of the aquaculture industry. And it's clear that now there is a raising awareness on some doubts that were in the past on the basis of what a farmer, what a producer is supposed to ask himself when implementing AI-based tools, and the role of AI as a decision support tool at this stage rather than automation. That is possibly something that, as Lars has been also introducing, might come at a later stage. So for the moment, AI is mainly a decision support tool that in a way acts as a smart apprentice because it observes, it senses patterns, can assist in noticing hidden patterns and therefore raise alerts. For example, on oxygen, on the physiochemical parameters in the water, other information are collected through sensors or computer vision, and so on and so forth. But it is also important to raise awareness and perhaps starting collecting a number of factors to make this kind of technologies more inclusive, available also to small farmers, and to guide in a way the adoption of these tools. How? For instance, allowing knowledge about what a model is, how it can be implemented, and the questions that one should ask himself when implementing a new tool. Where to start from? Where do I start from if I want to implement a pilot, for instance? Because a pilot could be based on a specific sector. A model could have been trained on a number of species, on a number of production cycles, or perhaps not be applicable in a certain geographical area. So these were all elements that we have been hearing during these days, as well as the need for information to be collected in a way that preserves data ownership. That is also another crucial point. We have to remind about the reluctance that some farmers may have in collecting or having this information processed through third-party systems. That is logical, it is human, and it is wise in a way. For instance, a crucial factor about data ownership is having, first of all, the knowledge of who is the data controller, whereby by data controller, we define the entity who decides for what purpose the information processed through AI should be used and how it is stored, where the information is stored, and so on and so forth. But another key elements that farmers might wish to have more information about is what should be taken into account when adopting and upscaling such a solution. That is, for example, having the certainty of having data portability in order not to have a digital lock-in. The digital lock-in is the event that happens when a solution is adopted and then a user is handcuffed to that technology. Why? Because it is not possible to, for example, export data collected for 2, 3, 4 years into another solution, which is dangerous. And this also underlines the necessity to start developing standardization in this field, whereby AI solutions supporting this sector should be endowed with a standardized format for that exchange. If I'm a customer, I want to dismiss an AI tool for another one that perhaps is more fitting to the current incarnation of my company, I should be, let's say, put in a condition to do so swiftly and without any delay. This, again, resonates a lot with the intervention made by Lars about, let's say, the need for instruments of some sort, allowing farmers to follow a sort of flow chart, a decision path that makes possible to understand what they can achieve with the information I have, what kind of information I am missing out of the picture, and what is the pathway I have to follow to really and truly make the most of AI-based tools. And all of this, of course, is not a one-off process. Why not? Because this is not the kind of product that you can just purchase and that stays like this forever. This because AI is about knowledge, it's about models which need to be retrained, which may, let's say, be scrutinized in a way that the systems should always be auditable. Why? Because whenever an output is provided by the system should be able to provide a journalized output stating on what basis a certain response has been provided. What is the reasoning behind AI? And all of this, let's say, is pretty much in line with the greater attention that the United Nations are having over the last couple of years on the opportunities that AI can have in having let's say, delivering a trustworthy technological framework for sustainable development. And this, let's say, is linked to a number of good practices that it is important to bear in mind when implementing and evaluating at regular stages AI-based tools. For example, monitoring. As a customer, as a farmer, I must be put in the condition to monitor my return on investment for the implementation of AI tools, as much as perhaps having a clear view of what is the performance and at any moment in time, what is the confidence interval for any output provided. That is something that is quite common in the scientific context, the reproducibility of a scientific analysis. The very same applies to this case. So these and other factors, it appears clear that it is worth to collate into a sort of brochure or divulgational material that perhaps would allow farmers in having a greater awareness of this context. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions until we move on? Nicholas.
You guys change so easily.
Thank you. So addressing the many hands that we saw rising with your question after the break, I would ask the organizations, FEAP and the other local organizations to provide some training. I mean, AI is progressing very fast, and what happened 3 years ago is not relevant today. So I would suggest that we find some experts and gather the producers and tell them what is possible to do today with some case studies or whatever, so the possibilities comes to the farmer, and the farmer can decide how can, if he can use them. Because now there is a knowledge gap. I mean, and I think there is a lot of confusion. What is and what is not AI? 2-3 years ago, we were talking about Internet of Things, precision aquaculture, sensors. This is now everything is AI. We rename also the previous stuff, and we are confused a little bit. So let's say what is and what is not AI, and what are the tools and what are the possibilities. We need some training. That's the message.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but I think it's a great, of great importance, and we see from what she said in Portugal as well that this really benefited the company just to have this training inside. No more questions? Oh, Nikos.
Because it seems that we are a little bit confused by changing notation and names continuously. Precision farming, AI, artificial intelligence, whatever you want to call it, it's the same thing. They are different tools that help us and make our life easier. They are tools that allow us to collect data in a robust way to create data sets that will allow us to use our models, because we need models. And it's nothing against whatever we are doing now. It's exactly what we are doing now, but in a different way. And we have to take care of some issues, new issues that are going to come, because they are here, the data sharing, the data protection, and how we are going to use. Certainly we need training, but it's not something that we should be afraid of. It's something that you use it every day in your phone, and you don't know that it is AI. You use it every day in your home when you open the television and you have this nice screen where you can select, and then, or when you go to the Google and you have this personalized information and so on. This is already there. And we just need to find a way to take advantage out of what is out there, to bring it in our job, in our daily job, and help us. It's nothing else. Don't be afraid. This is the...
Thank you. We have to wrap up soon, but yeah, I also heard just recently I was at a meeting, at a workshop in Brussels, and they also said that the AI is not the goal. The AI is an enabler. You have to know the goal, and then to see which AI you will use.
I'd like to look at this subject from a little bit different perspective, and that is the characteristic of aquaculture industry in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. Yeah, I can understand that the digital technology is the future. But if you look at the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, with the exception of the sea bass and sea bream, which are vertically integrated larger scale farms, the majority of the farms are small scale farms. So there are some problems in this regard, in the sense that most of these farms do not have the financial abilities. Secondly, the digital literacy is a problem there. And the third, as far as I understand, use this technology, you have to have the data to do so. So I know that, yes, it will be the future, but at the same time, we should take into consideration the characteristics of aquaculture sector in the Mediterranean. It's maybe different from the Northern Europeans in the sense that we have very small farms with very small revenues. And secondly, people, yes, Nikos was clearly very simplified the thing. We should simplify our language because it has to be very simple and understandable to a guy who maybe only has a primary education. If we use very difficult technical terminology, you will start getting scared and afraid what these guys are talking about. Is it evil? So that is the point is, if I'm sure that we have to start digitalization, but step by step with the simplest form, with a very simple language, avoiding very complicated technical terminologies that I, as a university degree, have difficulty in understanding because I don't know the technology. So even for the training, we should really simplify our words. What is it used for? What we can do with it, avoiding any complicated researches and communication tools and the language. Thank you very much.
Just a quick comment. I totally agree. And I think I have a small mission to identify really simple, inexpensive solutions that could be implemented in the small farms that is easy to use and really, because I really believe they will make an impact.
Just for the record, we are using AI to record these 2 days. We are using AI to make the summary. We are using AI to report. We are using AI to save our time. So you can have more discussion here.
Yeah, no, just to follow up exactly on the same comment. So far, all AI models that have been developed or applicable, let's say, to aquaculture are entirely dependent on sensors. And they've been developed primarily for the salmon industry, which has large cages with a large production in each one. Therefore, a camera or oxygenometer or whatever in each cage is something that's feasible. It's not always the same in other kinds of aquaculture methods. So, of course, the quality of data that goes into an AI system is extremely important. Therefore, the need for automation there and sensors. But the bottleneck for us is even before the AI system per se. It's the idea that it's not affordable necessarily for a farm to put in 300, 400, 500 cameras, for example, or whatever else is required in order to simply input our data for an AI to analyze it.
Yeah, no, but I totally agree. I try to use my experience from Norway, but take it because I actually have a focus on the smaller farmers, other places, and trying to do exactly what you say. Identify the simple sensors. Maybe you don't need a camera. Maybe you need something else that is very easy and inexpensive to use. That AI can actually give you value, and that's what we have to try to find. A lot of it already has been, but maybe not commercially available.
Yeah, Lars, in the previous meeting we had in Turkey and Antalya on AI, you had described the data sharing platform in Norway, including small-scale farms. But I know you're working in East Africa with small-scale and female empowerment on simple things on AI. If you can give some examples that are more relevant to our realities, let's say, than Norway.
Well, so I think you're thinking about this other initiative that I'm working on. And so we're not there yet, actually, on that. But I have worked with a small fish farmer in Kenya, where they actually produced an app. So they got funding from the Netherlands, actually, to produce an app where they are using, they're giving it free to the smallholder farmers. And they put in the fish that they put into the cages and how much they feed the fish and give a periodic how the fish are growing. And then you have the fishmongers and the transport that buy the app, and so they pay for that, so that they get rid of basically a lot of the cold storage losses. Right, so they can book, I want to buy those fish. They already know when the fish are going to be ready. They can buy them, and they can already book the cold storage. And so this is some of the easy things you can do. A lot of that's not AI, but now we're talking about using AI for predictive weather. So the extreme weather things that come, they don't have any idea of when the weather's coming. but you could actually put it in so that they can manage that.
Okay, thank you so much, Lars. I think we have to move on. We will have to work on it, so we will follow this topic up because we would like to have a draft to guidelines, what Lars explained at the very beginning of his presentation, by May. So we might contact some of you and ask your input for these guidelines. And now I would like to, I think we can continue with the next session. So I would like to ask the representatives of the Network of Women in Aquaculture, yes, Cristina Zantiotti and Garazi Rodriguez to give their presentation. Thank you.
Yes. Can we have both?
Hello. So, hello everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. So let me introduce myself. I'm Garazi Rodriguez. As you probably, I have many hats depending on where you are. So here I'm representing NOVA, the Network of Women in Association, but I work in APROMAR, which is the Spanish Aquaculture Producer Association, and we belong to FEAP. We are members of FEAP, so at the same time, I represent sometimes FEAP. And
good afternoon also from my side. My name is Christina Zardiotti. I am from Greece, and I'm here also with my NOAA hat. So I am the president and one of the co-founders of the Network of Women in Aquaculture. And today we are going to share with you our story.
yes, so I will start and then Christina will continue. I'm going to try with this, with the black. Okay, so as you can see, our title is From Training to Influence, Empowering Women and Youth in Aquaculture with NOVA. So I'm going to be talking about the women training, young women training program in aquaculture. This program is an initiative that was introduced by Hussam Hansa that everybody knows. And the objective was to empower women in aquaculture. It was very important because he and his team involved all GFCM member countries. That was not easy. So it's a very important initiative. The first program took place in Tunisia in September 2022. And you probably remember this year because it was the International Year of Artisanal Fisheries and Aquaculture. And I would like to tell you a little bit of my story so you can feel how is a participant in this program, but also I've been a coordinator creating the program in Spain, so I have the different perspectives that I would love to share with you. And at the beginning, I was working in APROMAR, and I was one day browsing the internet, and I saw a call for applicants for a program in Tunisia, and I thought, wow, it would be really nice if I could spend 9 days in Tunisia and under the umbrella of GFCM, the FAO, and to get to know different ways of doing aquaculture in this country. It will probably open my perspective and help my work in my own association in APROMAR. So I decided to apply, send my CV and my motivation letter, and I just forget about it because I thought many people will apply, so well, I will just see. And actually, a lot of people applied, but I was selected as the Spanish representative. And now I realized that I haven't told my boss that I applied to this training. So 9 days, you can imagine, you see the reaction. And so I was a bit nervous. I have to tell Javier now, I don't know, 9 days after summer, I already took my holidays. So, and I have to thank him because it was, of course, a yes. And he say, it will help in your career, but also our association. So it will be important. And of course, with FAO, go for it. So thank you, because as you can see here, a man was promoting this training and another man was helping me to be able to participate here. So you have a very, very important role in all this. So you can see some of the pictures here. We got onto a bus every day from 7 in the morning until quite late. We were visiting the country all around, 22 women from different countries from Black Sea and Mediterranean countries. And we could visit farms, pens in the sea, but we could also go to lagoons, Bizarre lagoons, Vivain lagoon. We could snorkel to identify species. We were helping to restore sponge populations, snorkeling. So not only aquaculture, but also involving fisheries activities, spirulina farms, feed producers, a lot of activities. And while we were just exhausted, we couldn't even move after all day in the bus and learning, and everything was really good. We were going back to the hotel and we have a communication session. We had a lot of talks. We were even painting aquaculture paintings with fishes and all that. So it was really good. And we were learning about cases studies of women. I can see, well, I remember women's, and I can see from other programs here also, aspiring women's. And we also learned, for example, from how can you use invasive species like blue crab to create a lot of work for women. They have a processing area for a processing company that were working there, 1,000 women processing the blue crab and sending it to Asia mainly, that you can see in this picture. So this was a very nice experience, and I finished it feeling very empowered, not only in my professional career with a more open mind, but in my personal life, because I met many girls from different cultures, especially Arab cultures, that I didn't have enough information about it. And it helped me a lot, and also my surrounding, I think. So the next year, 2023, GFCM developed, they created an agreement with with FEAP, to be able to spread this program to different countries and helping by the members of FEAP, the associations. So HAPO, the Hellenic Aquaculture Producer Association, created an amazing program around Greece. And a lot of participants were there enjoying not only the facilities, but because we went to Galaxy City, Avramar, Thesauris Caviar, sorry my pronunciation, and many different facilities. And but also it was a cultural immersion. We could go to Meteora or visit the different museums, Delphi. So it was really a good experience. So thank you very much for that. And also we could connect with women that are here today, and they were giving us speeches and tips and telling us how it was their professional careers and their lives in aquaculture, and how could we help and improve and help others in this path. In 2024 in Spain, we organized through APROMAR the training. It was also for a week. And we get to visit different farms, of course, Caviar Pyrenea, for example. We could see the trout and the sturgeons and try the caviar. And this training was also focused in gastronomy, because the last one was cultural, so we also included gastronomy that we're very proud of in Spain. And also market perspective. So we could go to see where the products were sold and also how the products were cooked. And we were in a university in Gasma, like it was a cookery program. We were feeling like that. We could cook together and taste, and it was a really good experience for all of us to connect and also try to net a net that was going to be in a pen, etc. So also very good experience. And the last one was organized last month in Turkey, in Izmir, helped by the Asian Exporter Association. Was a bit different because it was only 3 days, but very intensive program. But luckily in Izmir, you can drive maybe just 1 hour or 1 hour and a half, and you're there in the facility. So we could see a lot of hatcheries and some companies run by women, processing companies, for example, or go to the university and meet researchers. So it was integral also, these programs. And in each of them, I have met amazing women, quite young, most of them. I can, for example, talk about Rua, 35 years old, from Algeria. She has her own company, her own spirulina farm with 25 workers. She's only 35, and she's developing a new business. So that inspires everybody that we can do it, that we can if we want. Or other one, I remember one of the Ukrainian refugees that was a refugee in Norway at that time. In Norway, having her husband in Ukraine in the war situation, she was with her little girl in Norway, and she developed her own company of fish. She was buying the salmon skin to be able to make bags, things like that. So in a country where she was not, in a war situation. So these girls were really inspiring and help us all empowering. We created a really big family that I would like Christina to tell you a bit more. So thank you very much for your attention. Yeah. Sorry. I missed these slides because I wanted to tell you that what I told you at the beginning. It's not only an experience for the participant, it's not only a benefit for us, but it's also great for organizers. For participants, as you could hear me, is strengthening technical skills, sector knowledge, or expanded international networking, intercultural exchange, and what you see there. But for organizers, GFCM, FEAP, associations, and hosting countries, it was promoting a most inclusive and gender-balanced aquaculture sector, disseminating best practice and sustainability standards, contributing to policy, objective, and strategic frameworks, strengthening collaboration, cooperation, and building communities, and enhance institutional visibility and sector positioning. So now you have the chance to do it in your own countries with your own providers or universities or associations, to do it on your way, but it really will help participants, you, and the sector in general. So now, yes. Is the black.
So now it's my turn to basically tell you why the second program was the best. Now you would tell me that, Christina, you are both Greek and the president. And I would say yes, but you will see. So at the time of the training, I was between my second and my third year of my PhD. So at that point, I had already been in several trainings, both in Greece and abroad. And after the trainings, there was always, everyone was always saying this magic word, let's collaborate. Let's collaborate. But then a week later, no one was picking up the phone. So also this time, we said, let's collaborate. But this time we kept our promise. So a few months later, there was this opportunity to participate in the Symposium of Fisheries and Aquaculture in Trabzon. So instead of each one of us sending their own projects, because many of us were students, we were doing research or various things, so everyone could present their own thing. we decided that we should do something together. So in very few months, I remember, we did a very small research project. I remember the late nights where we were texting and we were trying to find ways to transfer money to pay for printing from Europe to Tunisia and to Ukraine. And in Ukraine, there was the war and it was a mess, but we did it. So we had a small project about climate change and aquaculture. And I had the opportunity to go to Turkey to present it. And after coming back, we had a discussion with the girls. And it was that point when we realized that there was no platform for women to showcase their work in aquaculture. There were, at that point, a few networks, but there were restriction locations. So for instance, there was the Women in Scottish Aquaculture, but I remember vividly that there was a scholarship and I was like, great, I'm a woman, I will apply. And then I realized, Christina, you are not from Scotland, you are from Athens, so you cannot participate. So there were a few networks, but you had to be from a specific location of the world in order to join a webinar, a seminar, etc. So there was nothing open to all women in aquaculture. So it was that question where we said, why there is nothing? What should we do? Let's do it. So we did it. So this is how we created the Network of Women in Aquaculture, or the acronym NOAA. So NOAA was unofficially, let's say, established in October 2023, just starting with the social media to kind of explore the waters. But it exploded, which shows an actual need in the sector. And this led in a formal constitution in October 2024. So now we are an official association with a we are a legal entity. We are based in France. And our aim is to basically be an umbrella for all women. So our aim was to basically represent everyone with no location restrictions, no restrictions in the position, because sometimes there were opportunities only for students or only for women in the sea. There were people that were not represented. So our goal was to basically just represent women with no boundaries and no restrictions. So the genesis is basically what Gara explained. So, as I said, our motto is inclusivity, multicultural reach, and interdisciplinarity. And as you can see from the board, we represent that because each one of us comes from a different country. Don't get fooled because we are all Mediterranean. We aim to cover everyone. And we all come from a different part of aquaculture. So my topic of study is aquaculture nutrition. Gara is working in association. Ilaria is working with policy. Marilu is working with business and innovation. So we kind of are what we preach, I could say. And why NOAA, you would ask? I think also Gara mentioned a lot of these things. Basically, the goal is to help address challenges that women face in aquaculture and provide opportunities to network, to bridge gaps that maybe women are facing in the sector. And this is a quite dense slide. But I think the major points are in the first and the second, and the last bullet, because yesterday Javier was talking about the welfare of the worker, right? So food security depends on the people. So investing on people and on women and young people, because the session is also about young people, and we have not forgotten that, you will see in a bit, is an investment for our sector. So this is, I think, what should be the takeaway message from this dense slide. And I think some people can see their faces here in the picture. So now where we stand, those numbers have increased since we made the presentation a week ago, I would like to say. So now we have more than 74 members, more than 2,000 followers on LinkedIn, more than 520 followers on Instagram. And our services include trainings, networking, visibility campaigns, advocacy, collaborations, data collection. As we are a newly established association, as you can understand, some of them are under planning yet. So some of them are already running, but some we are still trying to set them up. So in case anyone would like to contribute, feel free to reach out to us. But words are fine, but I wanted you to see really what we do. So here you can see some examples of what we do. So we have visibility campaigns, which are free for all women. So this is a completely, we have a lot of freemium models in NOAA. This year we started our webinars. We did one webinar about maternity and how women can come back to work after giving birth to their children. We had some networking events. We have participated and won a lot of innovation contests up to now. This is a moment that I would like to take. I would like to take a moment to also say that in 2025 we received a technical recognition award by the FAO. So this was a very emotional moment for us. We have obviously established collaborations with the GFCM. Now we are starting also to collaborate with the Fisheries Division of FAO, the Aquaculture Society. But now we start to expand, and we are not working only with women specifically, because inclusivity is not only women, it's everyone. So now we have kind of started also working with aquaculture youth. So since last year, we became partner association to the World Food Forum, which is an FAO initiative led by youth. And this led us being members to the first ever global youth constituency of fisheries and aquaculture, in which I am very glad to say that in 2026 we are going to have a very crucial role, because Ilaria is going to be the chair, co-chair actually, of the work package for sustainable aquaculture. And I will have a role in capacity building. We are also members of the stakeholder group, and we have also helped other sectors to do capacity building. For example, those women are fisher women, not aquaculture women, but they thought that they could use our expertise. And before I close, I want to take a moment to talk about the youth constituency, because when I told them that I'm going to present today, they thought that this is going to be a very nice opportunity for the working group of sustainable aquaculture, because in 2026, they want us to bring proposals and start doing activities. So this would be a very nice opportunity for you, if you have recommendations or ideas or things that you want the youth to bring to the table, to share them with us, and I can share them with the constituency. Just a few words, the constituency was launched in 2024. And basically is a platform for young people to influence policy, to help build capacity building activities. It helps young people reach international dialogues, which is an opportunity, a rare opportunity, because when you are young, you are not always able to reach the decision-making tables or have access in this kind of groups. And bring regional priorities. This, for us, because we are global, is not so valid, but for other groups that represent specific regions of the world is. So this is our presentation. Here you can scan our QRs and either become a member if you would like to support us, or if you want to just learn more about us, you can scan the QRs. And we are open to questions, suggestions, recommendations, etc. Thank you.
That's fine. That was it.
I remember that when I was applying for the training of GFCM, there was the limit of 40, right? 40. Okay. But we invite everyone that feels young.
Would you like to add something or comment on it or just think about it? All right.
I think the AI session exhausted.
Yes, yes, indeed. Javier. Oh, thank you.
Just to say congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this
Thank
huge effort.
Thank you very much.
And we need to decide on the next location, right?
Exactly. You are reading in my mind. So we can announce you that with the support also of Act Fast project that Alessio and Silvia are leading, we are thinking about the next location. So if you have any, and we always give priority to the farmers who want to host the trainings, I mean the Farmer Association. So Apromar did it, HAPO did it, API will maybe do it. So
happy, we would be happy.
we have another invitation from Egypt. Okay, so you see,
yeah,
it will be difficult to decide. Yeah.
Yes, very difficult, big competition I see now. Hussam, it's your session now.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready, but you know, I hope that the tag leader are ready, because I will moderate this the session, like kind of wrap up, and we need to agree on the next step, or at least agree to cooperate for in the next step, because it depends on you. If you like it, this approach, this brainstorming together, this work, if you like to continue also contributing, because what we want to do is have a common vision. We can have difference on some subject, we can complete each other's, but the most important is that we continue with this platform to exchange in the beginning of the year, not after we adopt the resolution, the recommendation, in the beginning, in the starting, the real brainstorming, the real participatory approach as the GFCM conceive it. It's not informing you after we decide we will implement this recommendation, we will apply this EMP programs, we will do this and that. No, we involve you from the beginning, we hear from you, and we discuss together. This is what we did with many colleagues. Javier know the dynamic very well. It's a co-construction process that we want to build. So that's why this meeting, this TAG, Technical Advisory Group meeting with the farmers, I think is an opportunity to exchange also not only about our work plan, actual work plan, but also we are preparing for the next activity that we can propose to the CAC and to the country. I think this is a good start. We already we know each other better, how we are working also. Each one know better about the GFCM. We know better also about the different farmer organization in Europe, but also in the south part of the Mediterranean. And in this session, we will try to provide you with a quick summary about what we discuss in each session, giving the floor to the different tag leaders, starting by Mr. Philippus Papayiriou. And the pronunciation is good. Yes. So Philippus, you have the floor. So Philip, just to explain the dynamic, Philippus will present if you think that it's important to add a point or to contribute in another, don't hesitate to intervene. So the floor is yours, Philip.
Thank you, Sam. I feel a bit bad because after this very youthful and inspiring presentation, you get the old dinosaur back on stage, probably talking about things that we've been discussing for years. I was asked to wrap up the first session, and we had a number of presentations and a lot of interventions, and I have to admit that we realized that over the years, over the past decades, our sector has made truly remarkable progress. We understand our environment much better than we used to. We have adopted advanced husbandry practices. We have improved feed efficiency and sustainability of feeds. We have strengthened health and welfare management. We have reduced our carbon footprint. We have modernized logistics, sales, product development, and we have met the expectations of today's consumers to a great extent. Much of this progress has been supported by substantial EU funding through the multi-annual programs and the various respective financial instruments that we've had over the years. And yet, despite all these achievements, aquaculture production in the EU has only grown marginally. In some cases, has even declined, it has shrunk. And private investment, truth is that private investment remains limited. We heard from a number of speakers over the past 2 days that one of the biggest barriers continues to be the heavy bureaucratic burden associated with obtaining and even renewing licenses and permits. There is fragmented communication between competent authorities and at times an institutional reluctance to challenge local pressures or public misconceptions, which discourages investors and slows development of the sector. Accessing EU funding is also another challenge, a significant challenge, especially for the SMEs, where the administrative complexity often outweighs potential benefits. As a result, our sector is in need of a fundamental reset, a new enabling environment that supports innovation, competitiveness, and above all, investment. One practical step that we discussed yesterday forward could be the establishment or reactivation or restructuring of the national aquaculture councils. This should bring together decision makers from all relevant licensing authorities within the countries, supported by national producer associations and by the highly competent research community that our region is very fortunate to have. Focusing on matters of investments, it's important to recognize that in today's evolving business and financing landscape, the challenge for modern aquaculture is not only to deliver strong financial performance. We must also demonstrate a clear and measurable positive social impact. We must demonstrate compliance with ESG criteria. Relying solely on the intrinsic benefits of aquaculture and its products is not longer enough. Social value creation cannot remain just a peripheral activity or just a list of ad hoc CSR activities. It must become a core component of responsible aquaculture investment on equal footing with shareholder returns. And this is precisely why the GFCM principles for responsible investment in aquaculture were developed. They provide a practical toolkit for governments, for development organizations and financial institutions to design more inclusive and innovative financial services with the aim of attracting private capital while promoting sustainable growth for the sector. By the nature of GFCM, their voluntary nature, they are addressed primarily to the authorities of GFCM member states, but they have also been designed to guide all providers of development finance towards more targeted, more inclusive and innovation-driven aquaculture investment. As we said yesterday, the aim is clear. It's about reducing risk to the environment, reducing risk to investors, to reduce the risk of misallocating public or private financial resources, to attract responsible and impact-oriented investment, and to increase aquaculture's positive contribution to local communities and to the society at large, this way supporting directly or indirectly a significant number of the UN SDGs. Covering all three ESG dimensions and tailoring these to the realities of the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, the principles that we developed offer a framework for a more resilient and impactful aquaculture sector, one capable of meeting the expectations of both society and the market it serves. Over the past 2 years, we have not only been discussing challenges and problems, we have also seen innovative approaches, good practices, and impressive case studies. And if there was an MVP to be awarded, that probably would be Portugal, with all the good examples that were shown here. These are the examples that we must better identify, we must highlight, and we must promote in a much more systematic manner. We need to showcase them because such positive examples could help change investors' perceptions. After all, we are producing food, high quality, nutritious animal protein in the most sustainable way known to the world up to now. And in a world that is facing enormous challenges, population growth, climate change, pressure on natural resources, being able to produce sustainable, healthy food is a noble mission, and we should be proud of it. You should be proud of it. You are the producers. As Larsen told us this morning, we need intensification and expansion. Yes, absolutely. This is what we need. But to achieve that, we must attract investment. And to attract investment, we must convince private investors, development finance providers, not only that we comply with ESG criteria, but that we genuinely believe in them. The same way that we believe that positive societal impact is at the heart of responsible aquaculture investment. Thank you very much.
Philippos, thank you very much for this summary, for this insight. We will continue with the next tag leader and invite Ms. Erika Porporato. Grazie, Erika.
Thank you, Sam. So for me, these days were very fruitful. We had a lot of discussion. I took some notes during our session on spatial planning, AZA, EMA, and environmental monitoring program. And some messages for me are very important. First of all, spatial planning is fundamental to foster aquaculture sector. We saw that, of course, there are different development of aquaculture sector in the different countries. So this is directly linked, of course, with the development of the sector in the specific countries. But for example, in Italy, we saw the presentation of Andrea yesterday. It's very important to have a roadmap, a plan, an ESA plan, a spatial plan to reach the objective of production. And also ESA for inland waters is important. So we need to develop the framework to establish ESA in inland waters. Digitalization. We saw the example from Isidro for the APA association, the Portuguese association, is important and can speed up the licensing timing, the licensing process. But of course, again, there is a great diversity between countries. We saw also the wide and big number of documents that Italian producers need to prepare and to submit. And even if one document is not in line and it's not accepted, you can't have the license accepted. So it's very important to digitalize all this kind of process and to have the so-called one-stop shop. And environmental monitoring program, obviously, is very different depending on countries, on the regulation. So different countries have different regulation. And also in some countries, we saw that there are a lot of parameters that are collected to establish the effects and the impacts of aquaculture activities in the environment. So the environmental monitoring program guidelines that as TAG we are developing with a minimum list of parameters, the set of parameters can be very important for the establishment of an harmonized environmental monitoring program. Again, data are important. We saw also this afternoon to define how can we reach and how, if we are reaching the objective established in the ASA plan development. And last but not least, maybe the most important thing, social acceptability. We heard a lot of yesterday, above all, these two words, because otherwise it will be very difficult to develop the sector, to foster the sector. And yesterday I had also the possibility to talk with Don Rafael from Tunisia, social carrying capacity. We need to consider these besides production carrying capacity, environmental carrying capacity, but to understand better how to improve the social acceptability, probably this is one of the main points. And last but not least, continuous political commitment. We need to have a continuous political commitment during all the process, all the time, not starting again, all the process in order to convince in some way the political part to support the aquaculture sector. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erika. I forgot also to inform you that in the guideline that we are producing, and now we are preparing guidelines also for responsible investment, we agreed with the country to add always, when there is a success story from the countries, to add a dedicated box coming from the field and description about what is happening in the field. We are not reinventing the wheel. So when we speak about blue transformation or about GSA or of GFCM guidelines, it's not something that we are inventing or we are creating from scratch. It's come from best practices that you are applying, you are creating, you are improving from the field. We tailor it with the needs, with the decision makers. We used also our network to improve exchange between producer, between the researchers, to make this success story, let's say, easy to implement in other area. So in all our guidelines, the one that we produce, but we will produce also in the next month, we will invite you and we will go through the FEAP, ask your support on that, to if there is success stories, if there is best practices, for example, on responsible investment. I'm sure there is. These 2 days were rich of information for us. What we will do next is try to summarize and include as example, because we need also to make the information that we are sharing with member state easy to understand, to digest. So when we have the principle, when you read the principle, Philippos make it super easy, super understandable. But when we give also some example from the field, it will help people to understand what the meaning and duplicate. It's not just a theory, it's grounded in the field. The same what we are doing with Erika regarding the EMP guidelines. We received a lot of requests from the countries, but also from producers, to make EMP simple, to make EMP applicable, because the information that we need is not if we have heavy metals in the water columns and make the samples 3 times a year or 4 times a year. We need to understand the impact, how to mitigate it. The information could be simple. We can summarize in key indicators. No need to have a battery of analysis that maybe can feed other type of information, but not the EMP, not the EMP. So what we are doing and what we adopted in the last session is a clear guidelines for the EMP with a simple, common indicators that any countries have the capacity to do and to perform. So we will also share with you these information. I will let the colleagues, the tag leaders, to continue with the different products that they are preparing, and they will submit to the next CAC meeting. So I'm inviting, now we have Alessio, I think, right? Yeah. Or Ferit, yes. I think I made the mistake, should be Nadia, but I don't know. I saw you, Alessio. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, so I saw that Erika and Yorgos are laughing. No, it's my mistake. So Nadia, if you are ready. And then Ferit, and the last one will be Alessio. Nadia, تفضل.
So hello again. And to briefly summarize the key messages that emerged from yesterday's session, I will start by just to stick honestly to the remarks that were very fruitful. So I think that we first clearly identified the need for greater harmonization of regulatory frameworks across the Mediterranean, and particularly regarding the surveillance systems and vaccine licensing procedures. The use also and authorization of autogenous vaccines. This was a very important point, and it is very heterogeneous between the countries, and these kind of different levels creates operational gaps and delays in response during to outbreaks. So this was very important point, and I hope that we will be working on that. Secondly, we discussed important technical constraints affecting farmers, including the limited possibility of also vaccination boosting, and the fact that in some cases we rely only on a limited number of therapeutic molecules. We saw that we have only one registered antibiotic for aquaculture, and which raises a concern for treatment efficiency and also AMR management. And then we also talked about the growing importance of multivalent vaccines. Sorry, it's about vaccination, but here it's about biosecurity and prevention. And this is in the light of the increasing co-infection cases. Climate also change stressors is amplifying this complex pattern. And we need an integrated prevention strategy, which becomes more and more essential. We also strongly highlighted the central role of biosecurity measures and BMPs, best management practices, in ensuring especially the quality of inputs, whether juveniles, feed, or water management, to reduce the disease pressure and minimize the therapeutic interventions. And finally, I think we explored the concept of epidemiological zoning or compartments as a possible tool to harmonize the implementation and the measures, and improve surveillance, of course, allowing a more adaptive and risk-based management procedure at a regional level, or at least with region having a shared water body, let's say. So this was about yesterday, but this morning also I discussed with a colleague. We didn't exchange the coordinates yet, but we were talking about also the another aspect, which is the economical impact of these pathogens. So yesterday we didn't have the chance to open this parenthesis, but I think it's an axe that not all the countries have worked on. So what is this, the economic impact of these pathogens with numbers, you know? Is it worthy to develop these kind of vaccines? Or so all of these questions need to be also opened, but maybe in another reinsurance. So yeah, so I think we can make even a specific event for this. So maybe the colleague can also afterwards, you can comment on that. So yeah, I hope that all these points will not remain theoretic, and I hope that they will be future recommendations or actions. I will keep it open because we're very lucky in pathology. Pathology is a transversal axe. So we are talking about responsible aquaculture, you will need pathology. Restorative, you will need pathology. Diversification, you will need pathology. I don't know. So AI, you will need pathology. So it's I think that we have a lot of work to do and to harmonize, and I hope that the TAG activity in collaboration with all the partners will be felt, because the TAG is very young, but it will be felt someday on the field. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. And then now we move to the next tag. I ask Mr. Ferit Rad. I'm sure this time, yeah. But we will have Alessio at the end with 2 sessions. So we'll have the 2 sessions together. And Lars is warming up also for AI, so we're good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hussam, I didn't have much time to prepare the wrap-up, so I've endorsed the other 3 reports, and you know I can adopt it as mine. Anyways, yes, we had very fruitful discussions, and we had very valuable contributions by our speakers. Just to wrap up what we have discussed, or which issues were emerging as an important ones, was one of them was disease control and the vaccination that Nadia just tackled to that issue, which is a critical instrument for reducing losses along the value chain. This is one of the because disease is one of the major issues causing loss along the value chain. Secondly, the importance of best aquaculture practices was also underlined for reducing loss and improving the efficiency along the aquaculture value chains, which included better welfare and, as usual, digitalization, biosecurity, enforcing biosecurity measures, waste management, which would contribute to better water quality, less pollution. In the case of the Portuguese shellfish farming, improving the survival rates. And then we also had what is actually very important. I think it's a very important pillar for efficiency of the value chain and reducing the losses, is actually improving the communication and coordination between the producer, consumers, and the suppliers. Because one of the issues which causes loss along the value chain is sometimes lack of coordination along the supply chain as well. So this was another issue. Something that I really liked, which was, I think it was underlined by Diego, that the culture of having efficient value chain starts from very beginning of the value chain. And as I understood, it has to be endorsed as a culture. If it is not, it wouldn't work. So it is a culture that the producers should actually endorse and adopt it as an important tool. What else? Yes, we also had some issues regarding the increasing the production or increasing the investment by Lassen, that it could be either through intensification or expansion. And then the importance of governance. What was underlined is that the governance is important, but the right governance is important, not any kind of governance. And this has to be, or the governing, the rules and the regulations should be co-constructed with the participation of all stakeholders, which can be endorsed by all the stakeholders. But to actually summarize what was the most prominent issue was artificial intelligence and digitalization, because we had it everywhere. In all sessions, we had the digitalization, different aspects of it. And I think, as I said just a while ago, that it is important. But when addressing this issue of digitalization, coming from Southern Mediterranean, and knowing the sector in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, the characteristics, the culture is much different than the Northern European countries. Any action that we are going to take, I think, should be actually endorsed by our cultural norms and our socio-economic characteristics. For that reason, I am sure that the artificial intelligence is the future. I'm an academician, and there is a big debate going on regarding the role of AI. Not all of them are positive, and we already have the problem with the extensive use of artificial intelligence by students. I'm not saying that it's bad. No, please don't. I know it's future. I'm a gold guide. I'm very, very technology. I'm not very technology friendly. As you can see, I'm the only one coming up with notes. Everyone came with a computer. But I really want the Mediterranean and Black Sea aquaculture to be developed and to go on with the progress. That's why I had an initiative in my mind since our last meeting in Antalya, if you remember, and I'd like to again raise this issue, Hussam, that along with the surveys that we are going to do for the for loss, mitigation of loss, I would like to propose a very simple survey among the Mediterranean and the Black Sea producers. What is their perception? How do you see it? How do they want it? If they have the capabilities to use it, and so on and so on. Then we can come up with a very, I would say, tailored policy for integration or for use of digital technology within Mediterranean aquaculture. Otherwise, we will just talking and showing the examples which are very valuable, but I think we should have some tailored policies and a roadmap for Mediterranean and Black Sea aquaculture. So I am going to propose this in the next session, a CAC to be included in our work plan, and your support as for our the survey for the loss. We would need the support of the producers, FEAP, and I think that's it, Hussam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ferit, and I understand that we will have some homework for filling the survey. So if you receive an email, so we'll send to our colleague from FEAP an email with a survey on the food losses. We need your comment, and we will prepare a short report to the CAC describing the results of the survey on food loss. We will share it with you, and please feel free to comment it and to fill it if you wish. The same for value chain. We are preparing also some work on methodology on value chain, starting also with some pilots. So if anyone wants to join the pilot on value chain, refining the methodology, feel free to join. We will also share with you some information regarding the ongoing work on value chain. So now we move to the next CAC coordinators, Mr. Alessio Bonaldo. And Alessio will present the wrap-up for 2 sessions, not only 1. Grazie, Alessio.
Yeah, I have 2 pairs of glasses now. This time. That's for each session. Yeah, I prepared some bullet points about the 2 sessions that I chaired. So the first session was on restorative aquaculture. Restorative aquaculture systems aim to deliver environmental services, redefining the role of aquaculture in coastal and aquatic landscape. Documented and potential environmental benefits include nutrient removal, water quality improvement, circular resource dynamics, content-dependent climate mitigation contribution. And beyond the environmental effects, we have also social effects like improved societal acceptance, diversification of coastal livelihoods, and alignment with adaptation strategies. Allocated zones for restoration offer a promising governance, special planning mechanisms to link aquaculture activities with the ecosystem recovery objectives. It is essential to recognize the diversity of approaches, including marine coastal systems, restocking, like the restocking of tarbots in Black Sea, carried out by the demonstration center in Trabzon, RAS and control environments, IMTA in control systems, but also in freshwater, like polyculture of cyprinids and other traditional models. Sorry. Restorative agriculture may also play a role in adaptive responses to salinization and climate change, in particular vulnerable coastal zones, notable examples in the Ebro Delta, where progressive saltwater intrusion is challenging traditional rice cultivation. And in this context, IRTA and the GFCM Demonstration Center in the Ebro Delta highlights that this transition, showcasing systems that integrate environmental sustainability, local economic activities, and ecosystem-based management principles. However, key challenges remain: need for clearer and harmonization definition of restorative aquaculture, which is different from regenerative aquaculture and conservation aquaculture, lack of standardized metrics for ecosystem services, and the climate and disease vulnerabilities of low trophic organisms. And then we had the opportunity to hear the concerns of FIP on this issue, and we will be remaining in close consultation with them in the way forward of developing the restorative aquaculture guidelines. And because although restorative aquaculture is not necessarily a new activity, we should be clear about what it comprises and can achieve. Okay. Okay. That's it for the first one. Then the other glasses. The other one is on climate change and aquaculture. Climate change is no longer a future scenario because it's affecting already the aquaculture sector, and across the Mediterranean region, producers are increasingly facing higher and more persistent water temperature, a growing frequency of extreme weather events, shifting diseases dynamics, and increased biofouling pressure. These stressors are not theoretical risks. They are operational realities affecting farm management, animal welfare, productivity, and economic stability. Importantly, the sector is not standing still. Mediterranean aquaculture is already responding and experimenting with a range of adaptation strategy like selective breeding, relocation of farm sites, like in Spain, development of more resilient farming structures, use of specific and climate-adapted feeds, and deployment of automated net cleaning and fouling management system like in Croatia, like it was shown. Concrete regional examples illustrate the scale of the challenge. In Egypt, for example, the introduction of red tilapia has been explored as a response to rising temperature affecting traditional species such as bass and bream. And trout farming is increasingly vulnerable in several areas. For instance, in Lebanon, up to 90% of farms are considered at risk due to water scarcity. This case highlights that climate change impacts are highly diverse, location-specific, and tightly linked to water availability, temperature regimes, and system design. The research community is actively working to support the sector adaptive capacity, and promising activity include the ActFast project, which is developing climate early warning tools and climate-smart nutritional strategy. And there's the Greek example of AquaSafe platform designed to enhance environmental monitoring and risk management. However, technological and scientific advances alone will not be sufficient. A recurring message from this session is the urgent need for a collective action, knowledge sharing, and regional coordination, identifying, documenting, and transferring successful adaptation practices across Mediterranean countries will be critical for strengthening resilience and the basin scale. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Alessio. So if you don't know, Alessio was my professor in during a training in Bologna University, so in 2008. So, and also Muhammad, yes. So Alessio was our professor for feed because he's special in nutrition. And now he's managing several projects, including Act Fast, and he kindly also accepted to support the next edition of Women in Aquaculture. So thank you again, Alessio. So I would like also to introduce another work that we are conducting with the innovation tag. We are exploring also, because we adopted the resolution on, on plastics and the reduction of use of plastics. So we are now exploring, working also on guidelines on reducing the losses in gears, in aquaculture gears and ghost gears. It become more and more frequent due to the storms, due to the different also situations. Some farmers also in some area stop the activities and they abandon also their nets or their cages. So we are also liaising with the administration to try to better regulate also this aspect. So this is also a part that we are conducting with the tag on innovation. Now I kindly ask Lars for the wrap up for AI and also discuss with you or present you what we are thinking to do in the future. So you are informed and you will receive for sure more updates from our side to ask you also to give your feedback, your contribution with your expertise. Lars, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I had about, I don't know, 10 minutes to prepare. So no paper, no computer. Yeah, so to sum up, I would say I'll sum up AI related to both days. We saw that digital tools and AI are important in every section. I mean, that was mentioned also earlier. And I think it is. And I think that one of the ways that we have to go forward is not to think that AI is a bad word or, some spook in a thing. It's really for us to understand what it is and how we can use it. And I think this is really one of the things that we are planning to do, is really try to make it reachable and accessible to the fish farmers on how it might work. We also have different ways of how AI is used. Often we're thinking about AI as our production alone and how we're monitoring how the fish are doing or how the water quality is. But we have to think that the AI can be used everything from doing that water sensor to how do we do our logistics in our operations better, or how do we maximize profit in what we do just by being able to predict what we have going forward, or how do we improve our ability to and our speed of renewing our licenses or applying for new licenses. I think all of that comes down to really one line, which was the top of my bar, which is data. So data is what is really going to matter on any of it. So you shouldn't even think about AI if you don't have good data. And I think that's an education in itself, that we have to understand that if we're going to use data within our farm, we need to know that that data is all coming in the same way, or exactly what it is. But it goes between farms, in a region, a nation, between nations, depending on how that data is going to be done. And there's so many things left to do. I would say, I've been in this area for some years now, and we see that we're still very immature in our willingness to adapt all these technologies. So finding ways that we can adapt it. You were talking about the hesitations on what to do. I think this is what we really have to break down these barriers and really try to help, whether it's a small farmer just, with his pond, or if it's an organization. So, I mean, we were talking also earlier, there are large organizations don't know how they should tackle this. They have lots of data. How can I use it? And what do I need to make that happen? So it's not just the small farmer, it's the larger as well. And so I think we really have to do this. We had some great examples today of both industry and research working towards machine vision, so using cameras to understand and make our processes easier. We don't have to work with the fish. But as I said, there's so many other things available. And more, one has to think, you shouldn't wait to engage. You should engage now. It is here. We see in Norway, they are often leading in a lot of the uses of data and how you should do it. And the regulations are coming more and more that you have automatic lice counting of the fish, so you need to use machine vision for that. So that's a data point. Welfare's coming. They're going to have, real-time welfare monitoring. I'm sure within 5 years, you're going to have to do that. Really, I would say try to engage and find what's important for you now, and start small just to find out what it is. I think a starting point is what we have discussed, to trying to make a document that will help the fish farmers understand what they can do. I still believe that this understanding of what the data is and going to where I can get value from it, the interoperability of data. You guys collect data today, but I bet you don't use it to its full extent, because a lot of this data is interoperable and can put it into different places. So I'll stop there, but I really hope we continue in this direction, and I hope you, if you have questions, contact me. I'm very happy to engage and help wherever I can.
Thank you very much, Lars. We started the journey speaking with AI, discussed with AI since last year with a fantastic team, motivated, and we understood that we cannot develop any tools without consulting with the field, with farmers, with the researchers, because the answer need to be tailored to your need. And I think this is a clear message. Our role is to demystify, as I said, the AI, make it simple, and its tool also available and affordable maybe in the next step to the farmers. What I want also to highlight is the experience that one of the startups showed this morning, and how the young people coming from different backgrounds start to tailor AI tools to the farmers, to aquaculture. They did not start from their desk. They start from the field. They understand what are the main problems, challenges, and they tailor the technology and the information and the tools that they have to provide the farmers with a clear solution. I think this is a clear message. AI is not here to replace a human, but is to make their life easier. The time also will be used in a better way, and which is important also, it will give the possibility to young and women the possibility to engage more in this field. So there is not only the physical barrier or different barriers. So AI can maybe also an important tool for aquaculture. I would like also to come back to the initiative and what Christina and Gara presented on NOAA. I think this is important. Now, yesterday we had the Women in Science, so it's an important day. But as I said to the colleagues in the GFCM, we don't have only one day where we are supporting women. It's on a daily basis. We have women involved in all the chains, production chains, but also in the research, in the different fields engaged in aquaculture. And after the adoption of the dedicated resolution for empowering women, all the country, the GFCM country, engaged and are allocating budget for women empowerment in the region. So that's all from my side for the wrap up. I give the floor to Mr. Javier Ojeda, or we go directly to the Menti. Yeah. So please, we need your support.
So usually when it's almost the end of a conference and then people say that, oh, but we have a Menti, I feel a bit annoyed, but we really need your input. And we would be grateful if you could answer 7 questions. So the code you can see on the screen. We will wait a bit until everybody logs in. If you need the wireless internet, then you can connect to Golden Age and the password is guest. But we have, what is that? No. Ah, okay. Yes, we will check. We can also share it with the people online. It's not, yeah, on the Zoom, I don't see that. In the Zoom, I don't. Ah, okay. We will wait a bit because we will have the Zoom. We will share it on Zoom as well. Okay, so we are sharing now on Zoom. Already 51 people are in the Menti. Yeah, so first of all, we would like to know how useful was this workshop for your professional work? Maybe it should be like completely hidden answers because we are like influencers here as well. You are like, oh, I wanted to give 2, but it's already 8, and we are 6. Yes. But we have an AI here, so we can sense it. We have maybe a little bit more because we have 60 on the site and already, okay, it's coming, 41 responses. So maybe just 1 or 2 more minutes. Thank you for your patience. Yeah. Okay. Okay. No, it's coming because people are online also. I will excuse now from the people who are online because we have to continue because it's really late. So you can join the next question. Which sessions were the most relevant for you? Here we try to list all the sessions according to how they were presented. Okay, it's kind of like all of them, which is also very good to see. We will save these results and then we will analyze it better, of course, after the meeting to understand better the needs. And yeah, it's good. Yeah, so it seems that, of course, maybe climate change and artificial intelligence, but basically all of them. Maybe the value chain, but it's also a bit tricky, the value chain one. So it's not just, we were talking more about production and it's the whole chain, and we don't have here a lot of people from the whole value chain. We can, yeah, let's go to the next one. We have already 67 people here. Okay, what is the main barrier in aquaculture development in your country for your organization, for your company or association, or for you? So not the, yeah, okay. Bureaucracy, funding, space, finance, environment. Okay. Probably there are big differences here, actually, regarding the different regions and countries, or EU and non-EU countries as well. So it would be maybe more interesting to see at regional level, the answers at regional level. We'll wait maybe 1 or 2 more minutes and then, because earlier somebody said it actually in the EU, it's not the funding, it's the bureaucracy, so but the licensing is everywhere. Okay, next slide. Okay. Would you be interested in contributing to follow-up work online? I mean, the surveys that was already mentioned on any of the following topics. Here we just want to see how often we can send you surveys. So we have the value chain related questions, human welfare and workforce safety guidance, the AI, the aquatic animal health. So we will send you, You all want to follow up. I can see 35 people already sure that they want to follow this up. They want to work more. It was not enough these 2 intense days. They are bored probably most of the time. They miss us. Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Perfect. It's really helpful because we really need your contribution after the workshop. So next question. What is one concrete action or idea you will take back to your work? So it's like the first idea or action that pops up. I think that's the way how it works. Yes. Okay, AI, health monitoring and surveillance, AI use working together. Don't be afraid of it. I think maybe next time we should put the AI at the beginning because now everybody's still in there. Resilience towards climate change, consumer acceptance, collaboration, digitalization, collaboration, more collaboration, holistic, explore AI. How can I go? I don't know where. Okay, probably we will see, but basically lots of different things. Yeah, you can, okay. Yeah, it's you, but it's okay. No worries. Because this is the result and then it's okay. But it's basically a lot of collaboration and probably in relation to several topics. We can move, yeah. So should this workshop become a regular event? Yes, annual. Yes, but in hybrid format. Actually, it was already hybrid format, so that was basically a mistake. So it means basically more online. Yes, but not annually. So biannually, no. Bi-monthly. Yes. Every 6 months, we can travel somewhere. Okay, so annual. Okay, perfect. But of course, we will keep in touch through surveys and online meetings in the meanwhile, but that will be more specific and would cover only a few topics. All right, I think maybe one more we have. What was missing? Yeah, what was missing? You remember at the beginning we were, I don't want to give ideas, but we were discussing that investment was not maybe properly addressed or addressed enough, or the investors were missing. Coffee. Okay, thank you, Api. Thank you, Api, for the fast reply. Use espresso coffee. I think it's sustainability discussion and system. Okay, time to rest. More time to. Okay, everybody is still very creative, so you're actually not tired. So maybe we can add some more questions. Public bodies, yes. So the I will not repeat it, but okay. So basically, people who are working for other public authorities who we want them to know more about aquaculture. Workers' experience. Well, I don't know what you mean under that, because here we have a lot of workers, very hardworking people. And okay, the rest maybe we can just see on your phone. All right, and I think that was it. Thank you so much. Very good. Perfect. And I don't know if it's Javier or we are moving to the, yes, okay. So then I would like to ask Lara Barazi Gerolano. She's the president of the Federation of European Aquaculture Producers, or president. And at the same time, she's also the president of the Kefalonia Fisheries from Greece, to share her closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So I'm going to run through this a bit quickly because we are over time. Dear colleagues, distinguished representative of the GFCM, dear producers, partners, young professionals, and maybe most importantly, friends, and very old friends in some cases. These 2 days in Athens have confirmed something very important, I think. Sustainable aquaculture in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea advances through knowledge and cooperation.
not through isolated action or through fragmented policies, but through structured dialogue that links farmers, scientists, national administrations, and regional bodies. I would like to sincerely thank the GFCM Secretariat and the entire team for their commitment, to advancing our sector, the excellent organization of this workshop as well. Your work under the GFCM 2030 strategy and in advancing sustainable aquaculture practices in our region is truly essential. As these 2 days of work come to a close, I would like to do something slightly different from a traditional wrap-up. I would like to reflect on what has been discussed through a single shared lens, that of the aquaculture producer, the farmer. Aquaculture in Europe, the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, but also globally, is overwhelmingly built on small and medium-sized enterprises. Family-owned farms, coastal operators, businesses that are capital-intensive, biologically exposed, highly regulated, and often operating with very limited access to finance and very little margin for error. If sustainability frameworks, technical guidance, and innovation pathways do not work for that reality, then they will not work in practice, no matter how well designed they are on paper. For producers, sustainability does not begin with reporting requirements or pilot concepts. It begins with licensing clarity, access to capital, and regulatory predictability. Many farms represented here face long production cycles, high upfront investment, and growing compliance demands. Yet financing remains difficult, permitting processes are often fragmented, and uncertainty increases risk, especially for SMEs. Increased risk, difficulty to access financing. What came through very clearly in these discussions is that responsible investment must also mean investable conditions. If higher standards are expected on environmental performance, workers' welfare, animal health, then producers must be able to finance those improvements within governance systems that reward long-term commitment rather than those that discourage it. This is why the work on guidelines for responsible investment in workers' welfare is so important, not as abstract principles, but as tools to reduce risk, increase clarity, and support viable farms. This, of course, is essential to obtain financing. Producers are also not disconnected from environmental responsibility. They live with it every day. But environmental requirements must be measurable, prioritized, and operationally feasible. What was encouraging in this consultation was the move towards priority indicators, practical implementation, and learning from pilots, supported by aquaculture demonstration centers. Work and shared experience is essential, that can translate theory into practice. This approach recognizes that environmental sustainability is not achieved through ever-expanding checklists, but through smart indicators, shared tools, and continuous improvement. The same logic applies to abandoned installations. Addressing legacy issues requires coordination and clarity, not additional pressure on active farms who are not responsible for whatever abandoned facilities exist, and they are already investing in sustainable practices. I think this is quite important to note. I also would like to add sort of a personal observation. We talk about the environmental impact of aquaculture. We never talk about the environment, the whole ecosystem in which we have to practice. And that is affected by us, but also by our shared activity, tourism, industry, cities. The Mediterranean and the Black Sea specifically are extremely, extremely utilized bodies of water, fresh water even more so, upstream and downstream. So I think that it would be much more environmentally responsible to add that element, to look at these effects holistically, not just unilaterally. In terms of animal health and welfare discussions again reflected a core SME concern, risk concentration. For smaller farms, a disease outbreak or pathogen introduction can threaten the survival of the entire business. This is why the focus on regional pathogens, diagnostics, vaccination strategies, and early warning systems resonates so strongly. Here, regional cooperation clearly adds value. No individual SME or company can build surveillance systems alone, but together with shared guidance and coordination, this becomes achievable and very important. This is a clear example of how technical guidance can reduce risk rather than add burden, when designed with producers at the table. Climate change, of course, is one of the biggest challenges facing small and large producers. Changing temperatures, extreme events, and environmental variability already affect growth, mortality, site suitability, and costs. Yet adaptation often requires investment, access to finance, data, and flexibility, all of which are much harder to access for SMEs. What emerged clearly is that climate-smart aquaculture must be incremental, adaptable, affordable, and supported, not imposed in ways that undermine economic resilience. Linking climate adaptation to education, youth engagement, and social initiatives is important, but it must go hand in hand with practical on-farm support for those producing today. There was a lot of discussion and I think interest in AI. And I think, and of course, it is the future, and we have to learn how we can adapt these tools to our practice. What is important is that they can, of course, significantly improve efficiency, health management, and environmental performance, but only if producers have access to the skills, infrastructure, and financing. Again, for SMEs, the risk is not the reluctance to innovate. The danger is being left behind, is not being able to ride this very, very important technological wave that is transforming our world and our economies. So the emphasis on practical guidance and capacity building therefore matters greatly. Innovation should simplify decisions, not complicate them, and it should lower barriers, not raise them. Discussions on pre-harvest losses and food waste to reinforce the idea that sustainability is basically about economic efficiency. Losses hit SMEs the hardest. Harmonized data collection and shared methodologies can help identify where interventions deliver real gains without placing the entire burden on individual farms. Across all of these discussions, I think one message was consistent. Producers are not asking for lower standards, they're asking for workable pathways and guidance. Pathways that recognize scale, pathways that account for biological and financial risk, and pathways that align sustainability with long-term economic and social viability. Aquaculture is by now recognized as anything but a marginal activity. It is a strategic contributor to food security, a source of stable employment, and a pillar of economic life in coastal and rural areas across the globe. In many areas, aquaculture farms are among the few year-round employers. They anchor local supply chains, sustain skills and know-how, and keep coastal and rural communities alive. So when aquaculture succeeds, communities succeed with it. And this is why sustainability in aquaculture cannot be separated from economic resilience and social impact. So policies and guidance cannot undermine the viability of these enterprises, otherwise there's no point. We will just have those policies in the vacuum. The consequences extend always far beyond individual businesses. It's jobs, communities, related industries, and many, many people. So this consultation showed that when producers are treated as active implementers, active participants, partners in designing solutions, sustainability becomes much stronger and more effective. To wrap up, basically, I think it's very important to thank, of course, the GFCM, the European Commission for their economic support, the HAPO team for all the organizations on the ground, thank you. And I would personally like to thank all the FEAP Secretariat for an amazing job, as always, and all the tag leaders, national authorities, aquaculture farm representatives, and every participant, really, who contributed to this constructive and forward-looking exchange. I hope this becomes an annual space, a regular annual space for structured regional dialogue, a place where strategy meets practice and where cooperation becomes implementation. Thank you.